Testing. All right.
I think we can all probably hear you now, Mike. I'm sure people can hear me over the music, so.
Sorry about that. Yeah, no.
That's enough of that. Okay.
The forces of evil have dicked with this one from jump.
Have they ever?
Oh my god. Holy... Oh, wow. Anyway, go ahead, Rob.
Well, it's Splatterhouse, and nothing is ever easy when it comes to Splatterhouse, I can tell you that.
No kidding. Oh my... Holy...
Yeah.
Whew.
So, I mean, come on, we had to wait, 17 years just to get a new game?
Yeah, what's like 25 minutes for the round table, huh?
Yeah, we only got really 6 games to cover anyway, so... Anyway.
I mean, I've got a lot to say about them, but...
Well, before you do that, Mike, let me just welcome everyone in, and I apologize for the technical difficulties, but we somehow managed to get it straightened out.
Yes, thank you all so much for patiently waiting. I mean, we have some very dedicated fans here. I'm really just glad at the fan base that the series has. Still, even today, almost defying all odds. Like, I'm not going to expect a new game, but I do at least demand that a remaster of the 2010 game get on Steam someday, so...
Well, it'd be nice. But, yes, thank you. We have saved it.
Good one, Brandon. Very good one.
Yes.
God damn.
Anyway, so most of you know me as Dyer of Dyer and Betty, but tonight I'm coming to you in what's basically my original role, Rob, the webmaster of West Mansion, the Splatterhouse homepage. So, that said, I'd like to introduce everybody. First up would be Mike, obviously. Everyone should know Mike by now.
Yep, I am the very energetic young teen who trolled his guest page back on West Mansion. That's how I first met him.
Dyer, the buff master, eh, Mausen? Yeah, not likely. Anyway, but yes, Mike was just a wee lad once.
It really was. It's hard to believe.
Aye. Wow. And yeah, he spammed the guest book I used to have on the page, and eventually I just said, why don't you just come over to the message board and discuss Splatterhouse there? And he did. And now here we are. How many years later?
2 decades? Oh my god!
Exactly. So.
Well, I'm old. Hello!
Yes. So, I'd like to introduce our guests tonight. Tonight we have... let's see, Merc, who is a contributing member to Hardcore Gaming 101.
Hello, it's me, MercuryCDX.
Yep, we're just going to call him Merc.
Merc is good.
Yep, and about
go
ahead, Mike.
I managed to drag him over here against all odds, and I even had to nose myself into another commitment he had just to bring him over. So I'm going to pay the price for that one later. I actually did kind of make a deal. So, yeah.
Well, any chance I get to talk about Namco, I'll take the opportunity to. I'm mostly a Sega guy, but I love me some Namco.
Yes. As well do I. I have a Namco-related story, but that's on Rolling Thunder, so that's immaterial.
Completely. So, thanks for coming, Merc.
Oh yeah, no problem.
And now presenting the person that when I mentioned he was going to be a part of this, everyone got super excited and were like, holy crap, how'd you get him? And I was like, well, we actually go way back to when he was the happy video game nerd posting his Splatterhouse videos. Mm-hmm. And of course, you all know him as Derek from Stop Skeletons from Fighting.
Hello. I'm Derek. It's me, Derek.
Uncle Derek.
Yay!
I have to do the thing now, unfortunately, because that's when I introduce myself and say my name, it's like, oh, that's my thing.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Leave a line, Bart.
Yeah,
sorry.
I know, right?
I'm not going to be that guy, at least not past this point. So, Welcome, Derek. Thank you so much for being here.
I know, it's crazy to be here. Yeah, it's great.
Even Mike was doing his share of fanboying when I announced this, which is unusual for Mike.
I get nervous. I mean, I feel like I'm kind of fighting upstream with the real experts here. I mean, just because I've been playing Splatterhouse for 2 decades doesn't mean I really know crap.
Well, you've got the one-man Splatterpedia. You've got Mr. Stop Skeletons from Fighting. And you've got a admitted Namco fan of the highest order. And then there's you, Mike, a teddy bear.
If anyone wants to know why I picked the teddy bear, yeah, if anyone wants to know why I picked the teddy bear, I'll gladly explain in chat. But yeah.
Before we start getting into talking about the series, I do want to go ahead and call attention to the background that Betty made for us.
Once again, she did a fantastic job. It actually has working lightning. It's so cool.
Yeah, it's like exactly what we were looking for. Yes, Brandon, that's exactly who Derek is.
Oh yes, yes, in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
When I haven't covered Splatterhouse as much as Stop Skeleton Fighting, but my earlier days, when I was Happy Video Game Nerd, my 4th episode ever was Splatterhouse. But I guess we'll get into all that stuff later.
Well, I can tell you one thing. I know when you initially credited West Mansion in the credits, I was just like, wow, someone on YouTube has actually noticed my work.
And then when I think like about a week or 2 later after I posted the video, I was an update on the website. I was like, whoa, I'm really like on a website now. Like, that was my 4th video ever. So I was still just like getting like the idea that I was even a person on the internet with some kind of like notoriety at all was crazy to me.
Yeah, I felt exactly the same way.
Crazy to me, honestly.
I never thought I'd be doing the YouTube thing, to tell you the truth. And I see zombies arrived in the chat, but yes, I haven't had a chance to acknowledge everyone by name, but I appreciate that you all showed up for this. And again, sorry about the technical difficulties, but we're good.
We're just going to blame that on the evil one and move on. That's what I've been doing.
He's had it in for me for years. I've been kicking his ass regularly.
I mean, you are the guy with the mask and the things, so...
Exactly.
Yeah. And that's even your sprite now.
Yeah. Which reminds me, my sprite and Merc sprite were both courtesy of Primop, who some others may know as Ill Scroll or Scroll Boss. And Mike and Derek's sprites came from the games. So, alright, Mike, go ahead. Level is. Why'd you pick the teddy bear?
Oh, yes. Brandon has asked. The teddy bear is the 3rd boss from Splatterhouse 3, and his sprite already looks kind of off compared to all the gruesome horrors. Like, oh, it's this cute little teddy bear, although, like, some kid, which is apparently, like, maybe David, but I don't know exactly, like, a spirit from him possesses the teddy, and then he just, like, flies around and headbutts you, and, it seems like a bit of a weird boss, but, like, you're hearing this creepy child giggling and whatnot. Well, beat him up enough, and then, like, a massive limbed demon half tears out from his upper torso and screams, and then tries to bowl you over with its massively long arms and whatnot. It's maybe my favorite, definitely my favorite boss in Splatterhouse 3, one of my favorite moments in the series, but I didn't want to go for his demon form. I just wanted to pick the slightly off-putting teddy bear form, because my logic was the other guys are going to have relatively creepy sprites, I'm sure, right? So I just wanted to pick one that didn't look creepy at first, but something seems kind of off about them, and I like things that are just slightly off instead of just in-your-face scary. It's like Jay's reason for shooting Tiffany in the beginning of Men in Black, if you'll remember that scene. Although Mercury has a relatively PG sprite also, so I guess that sort of takes away from my choice a little, but no, it's fine.
Just to address Andres, I actually think I still have that on West Mansion. So, I can check at some point. It might still be there. It might have got wiped out in the great File Planet Purge. I don't recall. Anyway, obviously we all know why I picked Rick. Hello, Rob, West Mansion. Kind of obvious. But Derek, why did you actually pick your sprite, which is the, I guess you could say, the censored version of the Evil Cross from the original Splatterhouse?
Oh, I guess I probably should have been promoting the brand, which is a skeleton with like a D-pad and 2 buttons for like eyes for the skull.
Mm-hmm.
But also our logo is blue, and I think this one it's a Splatterhouse reference. It's kind of close to our the Stop Skeletons from Fighting logo, and also my first Splatterhouse review was really for the TurboGrafx version, so that's from the TurboGrafx game. So I thought it also fit. It's also a bit of a deep cut too because it's like one of the few things that was exclusive to the TurboGrafx version.
Yeah, and it's actually something that I didn't grow up with because the first version that I happened to play was the Japanese version of the TG16 port. So I didn't even know that sprite existed.
How did you get that version? Did you have a PC Engine growing up?
Sadly, no. I don't know if we want to get into our origins right now, but I first played Splatterhouse by what happened to be, and, chide me if this is quote-unquote illegal by today's standards, but there is a PC Engine / TurboGrafx 16 emulator called the Magic Engine back in the day that my brother just somehow managed to download on a relatively old computer back in, early 2000s, I think. This is like one of the first, maybe the first major PC Engine emulator ever, and I didn't even know what a PC Engine was. It was just this thing that had games on it that I thought were really cool. 3 games in particular stood out to me back then, one being Bloody Wolf, which is great, second being Airzonk, which is also great, and the one that stood out to most of me was, of course, Splatterhouse. I didn't realize that I had been inadvertently playing the Japanese version, what with the white mask and the evil cross in it, but just something about how unsettling the game felt to me just kept drawing me in. And keep in mind, I was pretty damn small at the time, like 10 or so, and maybe this wasn't something I should have been playing, but this was the game that made me realize I was actually a fan of the horror genre in general before I really got into it in like movies and other games. And I could never get past Stage 5. I actually thought the boss of Stage 5 was the final boss because they were so freaking hard. I never actually reached the last 2 levels. It took me, I think, until I discovered West Mansion a few years later to realize that, I hadn't reached the end just yet. It's just, that boss is such a jerk.
Well, before we go any more into our individual intros to the series, Merc, you picked the Pumpkin King from Wonpaku Graffiti.
Good choice.
Oh, yeah. It's the closest to the... so, folks that know me like online, like Discord or Twitter or whatever, they see my weird avatar of a Jack Frost head crudely pasted onto a body of Scott Steiner. And the Pumpkin King's head looks kind of close to the Jack-o'-lantern character from Shin Megami Tensei, the opposite of what the Jack Frost would be. So I figured this is close enough. But also, I tend to be like a big fan of like parody stuff. So, I was like, oh, Wonpaku Graffiti, sprite would make the most sense for me.
Well, it definitely works. I think the only game in the original, out of the original 4, we didn't represent at all is Splatterhouse 2. So
very interesting. But I'll actually comment on that when we get there. But
I'll just say like that's odd because Splatterhouse 2. I'll say it right now, that's my favorite one.
I agree with that one. Yeah.
I was almost considering also having my sprite as the evil head or whatever it's called, the second boss of 2, the giant, glowy, veiny guy with the bulging eyes and whatnot, because I always thought that was a really cool boss. But I decided to go for the childlike one because I'm a man.
Well, you could have gone with like the little the hanging infant thingies from Splatterhouse 2.
Yeah, the third boss. I also considered that one.
One of those
I
puppets.
we'll get to it, but that's like maybe, if not the most, of like definitely a top 3 most like brutal just freaking crazy moments in the entire series.
Very morbid, yeah. But then if I had gone with that, then 3 wouldn't have been represented, so, oh well. It had to be one or the other.
It balances out. So, I think that about covers why we picked our avatars. So, Derek, you want to tell us how you first got into Splatterhouse?
Oh, like kind of like how I got into like a lot of games was my older brother. And he was just like, 6 years older than me, also a big nerd. And I just remember like my dad was really into like stereo equipment and had like nice speakers and, receiver and stuff like that. And we would go. TurboGrafx games weren't at normal Sears, type of Toys R Us places. For some reason, at least where I grew up, like TurboGrafx games were sold like at the fancy stereo shops, and so it was always just like this strange game system that I always like saw and kind of knew about, but never knew anything. It was just like there's Nintendo and there's Genesis, but the TurboGrafx is this weird other thing that I would occasionally see like in game magazines. And so then flash forward, I think I'm like about teenage years, maybe like 13 or 14 or something. There's a big going out of business sale for a local retro shop. My brother scoops up a whole bunch of TurboGrafx stuff. And I'm just like, I remember all these things. This is like, what are these? Because it's like you grow up with Nintendo and Genesis, but a TurboGrafx cart is like literally like a little business card. It's like this tiny little thing. It just seems like this absolutely bizarre alien technology. Like, this is not what a video game looks like. And I dove right into it, and then I remember really Splatterhouse just seemed like the type of game my mom would not want me to be playing. This was I was a little older. It was a couple years after like Mortal Kombat and all them have come out, so I wasn't necessarily like I was old enough that I don't think my mom really cared about it, but it was still sort of like, it felt like kind of a naughty game, like, oh my god, it's so violent stuff. But I'll be honest, the thing that really did it for me was, and I talked about this in some of the videos I've made and cameos I've had, is the fight with Jennifer. The thing that I'll always love about this series is that it starts off with this trashy, gory, fun, just like you're just like a badass dude chopping people up and hitting them with 2x4s and fighting these crazy bosses, and then that really dark twist that happens, and then the game just ends with the house burning behind him and just Rick walking home alone, and he's sad, and the end. Thanks for playing.
Dude, I want to wax
I didn't know video games could be so just depressing. It was just like video games are just a fun thing. It's you get credits and thanks for playing. But that really broke that kind of fourth wall of like, I had fun playing this game. Rick did not. Rick is so much worse for the wear and going home alone, and his life is just kind of like, that sets up for the sequel, of course. But it just like out of nowhere kicked me in the chest, and I remember it just really affected me. I played the game through on hard mode, assuming that there'd be like a happier ending if I did. I spent all day playing it. It's not the easiest game, and really from then on, it just I've discovered there was 2 more for the Genesis, and then like, oh yeah, there's a one for in Japan, and that's when emulation kind of happened, and like it always was a series that was just beneath the mainstream enough that it felt like it was something that I could explore and discover. None of my friends had ever heard about this game. No one I knew ever played this game growing up, so it was like I would show my friends. It was this hidden thing that like, and I feel like this is a very similar thing for a lot of art, if it's film or music, but like when you find a thing that no one else talks about but it means something to you, you take kind of an ownership of it, and it really just kind of becomes so for me, just Splatterhouse kind of became like my game. It was just like no one else knew about it. It was like that, and also like Earthbound and a lot of other those games, just like no one knew about it, but those who knew about it loved it. And so that's kind of also where I when I did all my research for my old YouTube videos way back in the day, I was up and down the West Mansion, because that was the only place on the internet really you could find a ton of Splatterhouse information.
Which is why I started the site in the first place, because there was no other one like it. I wanted to make the Castlevania Dungeon of Splatterhouse sites. So before we go on, I just want to say hi to Jacob. That's my nephew. He's joining us.
Oh, hey there. Welcome.
Hi, Jacob.
So, in fact, I'd bought him the Namco, was it the arcade pack for the Switch for his birthday a year or two back.
Sweet.
So, he can play Splatterhouse.
Is that the one that had the arcade Splatterhouse or had Wampaka graffiti?
It's got the arcade Splatterhouse. The Wampaka graffiti, I think, was on the Namco Archive Volume 1.
Okay.
It's the first Namco museum that had a teen rating because of Splatterhouse.
Nice.
Good.
Yeah, I am envious that Derek managed to take ownership of Splatterhouse. I had to settle for Low G-Man on the NES, and no one freaking remembers that one.
Oh, I remember it.
That game is
Yeah, I mean, I know you guys do, but
then
it's
they
not that
came.
game. It's just kind of mediocre. Oh no, that's a little mean. It is a bit.
Hold on. That's what chat is talking about. Guardian Legend. Hell yeah. That's all I want to say.
Ooh,
Yes.
love Guardian Legend.
Oh, yeah.
We should have a compile of roundtables someday. But you know, just pitching
It's in
ideas.
the works.
I'm
Also,
giving
we
away
did
all your
World.
secrets.
It was called Monster Party. Sorry. Okay, but you were talking.
Yes, Monster Party. Yeah.
Yes, Monster
Party
Party.
was the better one. Anyway.
So, Merc, if you're done, Derek, how about you?
Oh, my origins with this series is not as deep. Back in the days of like rentals, I don't know if folks remember. You can go to a store like rental stores and go through the shelves, and you can rent games and movies. And I always used to love browsing the horror movie sections of those kind of places. And look at the cover art, and maybe someday, sometimes I would rent a few horror movies here or there. As a kid, my parents would allow me to do that because, they didn't seem to mind so much. But I remember browsing through the Genesis games, and Splatterhouse, it being a very horror themed game, caught my eye pretty much immediately. And so that's pretty much my introduction to the series, and. Playing through it, I did pretty much enjoy it at the time. I always compared it to Altered Beast, and we probably get into more of that later. But the side-scrolling beat-em-up style of games from starting from Irem's Kung Fu Masters and whatnot. That's kind of that genre has always been kind of fun for me. I know the belt scroller ended up being the big one that folks really talk about, but don't discount the side scrolling beat 'em up. There's still some gems hiding around there.
Oh yes,
Very true.
As far as the original game, and that was the thing that always got me. I was like, here's Splatterhouse 2. Where's the first one? Because I don't remember ever seeing TurboGrafx stuff growing up aside from magazines. Like rental stores, I didn't see them, anywhere. And stores, definitely not, at least around the time. And I think my first exposure to the original one probably wasn't until I was trying to remember if it was the Virtual Console or if I actually when around the time I got a TurboGrafx, because I did pick up a TurboGrafx eventually around the mid 2000s. It probably was that. And I picked up Splatterhouse as one of the first games on that first chance I got. So that's kind of like how, I didn't mess around with emulation too much at the time because back in those days, before this retro game bubble we live in where everything's way expensive, you can get games pennies on the dollar. It was great.
Ain't that the truth?
Did I read any horror books? I wasn't much of a reader. When I read, it's mostly history, nonfiction. I got a degree in history, so that worked out, I guess, in my favor. That my love of reading nonfiction history, paid off in that.
In college, I did read Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, to the extent that it counts as horror. I mean, horror by 19th century standards is certainly not as in your face as it is nowadays. And of course, the book is way different from James Whale's 1930s classic, but I still thought it was a fantastic book, and I'm kicking myself that I never read Bram Stoker's Dracula yet. I still have to get on that. Other than that, I couldn't tell you much. I don't read nearly as much as I really, really should, so.
Well, I have read a lot of Stephen King, thanks to Bette. She's a huge Stephen King fan.
I did read The Stand via audiobook. That's a really... I even read the uncut one. That might have been a mistake. I don't know. I liked a good deal of it. There were just some parts that were... skeevy.
Yeah, when it comes to horror, I stick to movies. They're 2 times faster at information.
Yeah, no, I'm the same way. I didn't really, super get into horror movies until I think, I got to college, but this is my second favorite genre below action, and I'm a little bit snobbish about horror, but, yeah.
Well, alright. So I guess there's only one person left to talk about the origins of Splatterhouse, and that would be me. Well, if anyone's read Memoirs of a Virtual Caveman, my first book, then they undoubtedly saw the chapter Meeting Mr. Taylor. But for those of you that haven't, what happened was I was about 15. There was a family friend we had that had earlier introduced us to the Genesis, and he'd come to visit us in the summer of 1990, and he brought a TurboGrafx with him. So that alone was intriguing. He had a handful of games for it. I think Keith Courage, Victory Run, Ninja Spirit, and Bonk's Adventure. And while he was staying with us, my parents took him and my younger brother, who unfortunately passed away back in 2019, they took them out to the store each to buy a new game. Ryan came home with a Genesis game. Our friend came home with some game I'd never heard of before. So I go in, he's playing it. I was like, "What'd you get?" He throws me the box. So I'm looking at it, and it's like, what is this? That looks like Jason Voorhees about to really just lay the smackdown on some dude with chainsaw hands. And horrifying theme of this game might be inappropriate for children and cowards. I'm on board.
Best tagline ever still. That's so good.
So I'm watching him play the game. And, first 2 stages, pretty cool. He gets up to stage 3 and gets to the Biggie Man fight, and I think that was when I was officially sold on it. Now, he took his TurboGrafx with him when he left, obviously, so I didn't get to play the game again for a while. But the year after that, my friend Bromley and I went to Universal Studios, Florida. And they had a little arcade there, and way off in the back, past all the other stuff, there was actually a Splatterhouse machine there. And I think I just spent all my quarters on that day. Because I'd read a little bit about it in EGM, saying they'd said stuff like, the gore level was lessened for the TurboGrafx game. You weren't carrying a knife anymore, that kind of thing. So I'm playing this. Of course, you get the cleaver first. And I'm hacking off zombie heads and going, whoa. This is so much more gory than the Turbo game. And I never saw the arcade game again after that, except for briefly that Pac-Man's Pixel Bash, or whatever it's called. After that, it was just kind of all downhill from there. I got my first job, and one of the first things I did was go out and buy a TurboGrafx and a copy of Splatterhouse to go with it. And eventually, 2 came out for the Genesis, 3 came out for the Genesis, bought both of those, and somewhere around the same time, I happened to see a listing in an import magazine about Splatterhouse for the Famicom. And I didn't track that down until years later, but when I did, that's the game that actually was the impetus for me to start West Mansion, because I played it and I was like, the world needs to know about this game. This is too good. So, and that's kind of the abridged version of that whole chapter. So, that said, why don't we get into discussing Splatterhouse a little more in detail, a little in depth. Specifically, since we have Classic Luigi fan wants to talk about the TG16 cover. So, I gather everyone here remembers that cover.
Yeah, I remember it was very vividly lit. And also the logo was partly covered in green slime as an attempt at censorship, but I don't think that made... I actually thought that version of the logo was very cool myself. So,
before we go on, I just want to say to Dartes666. Yes, that is a very great package because of all the games that were included with it, and you're welcome, by the way. I had a direct hand in that. So.
And I had a less direct one, so we might be biased, but yeah, I'll shut up.
I was want to talk to Dan Tover and said, you got to put these games in here for the fans. They've been waiting years for a new Splatterhouse game.
Yeah, I only rated on your coattails, as I still do now. No, I'll shut up.
And that makes it such an easy recommendation because the remake, it's not the tightest, most polished game, but it's such an easy sell that like it's a really fun, trashy game. Plus, you get the other 3 games, so if you can get the PS3 or Xbox 360 game, you're kind of getting the entire series. Yes. So it's always been a really easy sell.
I even tried to get them to include Wampago Graffiti, but he said they considered it, but they didn't think it fit the right tone. Which,
alas,
it's like, yeah, well, okay. I guess if you guys say so.
The whole idea is it's a parody. It's supposed to be silly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But whatever.
I mean, yeah, no, the 2010 game really did not take itself seriously for the most part, and that was part of what I loved about it, so...
Right, but we'll get into that later.
Yeah.
So, but regarding anyone else have any thoughts on the TurboGrafx cover? Derek?
I think it is strange that like the cover, in the game they changed it to his mask to be red, but in the cover, I'm looking at the the jewel case right now, and at least the jewel case, Rick's mask is like beige.
Yeah,
like they purposefully made it like, maybe it's a white mask, but the candlelight behind him is the reason why it appears kind of a more brownish color. But like, it's crazy that it's full red in the game, but on the cover, they're clearly still trying to get that Jason Voorhees, Friday the 13th branding just a little bit.
Yeah, they were definitely shooting for that. Yeah, I do
that
love... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to say, that left chainsaw arm is getting dangerously close to Rick's left arm over there, too.
Yeah, not an uncommon occurrence in the game, that's for sure.
I mean, you definitely, like, to defeat Biggie Man without taking, like, at least one hit is almost impossible.
Yeah.
I wish to protest the accuracy of this cover. You obviously did not fight Biggie Man inside a building. Stage 3 was outside, thank you very much.
Quiet.
And you had the shotgun or a rock, but no, you did not have the 2x4 in this level.
Boy, I sure hope somebody got fired for that blunder.
Tell me this, then.
Sure.
How come someone who wears a t-shirt that says "Genius at Work" spends all his time watching a children's cartoon?
I withdraw my question.
We got to throw in a Simpsons.
We had to cram at least one
weekend.
Simpsons. Yeah, every now and again. It's like I have to do it every hour, like Quantum and Woody, or I explode.
And occasionally anyway. A Homestar Runner one too.
Yes.
So.
But anyway,
buy all our play sets and toys.
Yeah.
Riggedy roll.
But what about the game itself? Where do we even start?
Well, let me take the lead on this one for a sec, because
Please do.
All right, with the original arcade game, there's really no story. It's just there's a thunderstorm. Rick and Jennifer are out in it. They seek refuge in West Mansion, which may not have even been called West Mansion at that point. And for that matter, the Terror Mask was called the Hell Mask in Japan. And there's a scream, lightning flashes, thunder cracks, and then you start the game with Rick laying there and the Terror Mask kind of floating above you, and then it just comes down, lands on your face, and you start killing things. And the TurboGrafx version actually expanded on the story. It was changed it up so that Rick and Jennifer were parapsychology students who were going to do research on Dr. West, who was like the noted parapsychologist or something like that. And then the same thing happened in the arcade game and went from there. And of course the PC Engine version, expounds on that a little bit by adding the comic panels inside the manual, which is like the only known picture of the classic Dr. West.
Wow.
So, We need a Splatterhouse game where Homestar and Marzipan that leads in the Terra Massacre Strong Bad. Yes. Yes, I am on board for this.
I will at least commission someone to art this. Oh my god. The cheat could be one of the embryo. Oh, that's kind of morbid. I don't know.
Can you imagine how many cheats
Definitely
would be?
strong sad has to be the big melting corpse at the end of the game.
I could totally see that too.
Oh my god, yes.
And then strong mad will be Biggie Man.
That would be really fitting. Yes. Oh,
So I guess the
man,
king of town would be Dr. West.
that's great. Go for it.
Oh boy. So anyway, now that we've established the whole thing about the story, then you correct me if I'm wrong. Merc, you said earlier it was basically just a gameplay.
House.
Oh, so this is one of the reasons I kind of like, anytime I think about certain Namco games, I also think about certain Sega games, because as far back as Mappy, at least, there's this kind of casual rivalry between the two companies, because Mappy comes out in like 83, and someone at Sega management was like, we need to get in on that. What do we do? And eventually 1984 rolls around and they make Flicky. And ever since then, you get this back and forth between them. Someone makes a game, and then you get a competitor. Namco makes Rolling Thunder in 86, and then Shinobi comes out in 87. They're kind of similar. You get Virtua Fighter in 93. Tekken pops out in 94. Things like that. Virtua Cop in 94. Time Crisis in 95, etc., etc. Air Combat in 93. Wing War 94. So here comes Altered Beast in June of 1988. And Splatterhouse would end up coming out November of 88. I don't think it's a coincidence, and neither company will say outright that they were, maybe copying each other's homework or saw one game do successful and then the other one, of course, is going to jump in. But, it's this kind of rivalry I see between the two that I love so much, that, like, they're grabbing from each other's successes and like seeing what they can do. And I think out of the two, we can argue that Splatterhouse was definitely the better of the two, because if you look at Altered Beast's franchise history, it's a little miserable.
Well, relatively speaking, I mean, as much as I like Altered Beast and actually had an arcade machine in a local game store back in the day that I played it on, yeah, the arcade original was really the only thing, and the Genesis port were the only Altered Beast anythings worth playing. It had some terrible ports to other things, and then some terrible sequels that we will not talk about, because, oh my god.
I do want to give a pass to the Famicom game, simply because it adds so much, even if it's not the greatest game to play.
Right, I never actually played that one too much, but you're right, it did do some things different. It was better than the PC-CD port, which for some reason was really bad. I don't know how that worked, but yeah.
If I remember correctly, I feel like Kenji Eno, who made D, he had hands on the Famicom version of Altered Beast.
That's very likely. He's had a very weird history before he worked into his niche.
Yeah.
So.
Well, but yeah, it all kind of stems back to just being an evolution of Kung Fu Master.
Oh yeah,
So, and I know a lot of people criticize the gameplay, saying it's shallow because of that, but it's and they're not exactly incorrect, but at the same time, the atmosphere definitely makes up for that, and the amount of
style will get you far. And this, I mean,
yes,
just the animation of how he swings the axe and how he cuts off the heads, or how they splatter on the wall, just like that visceral feeling of pushing the button, and him, just the animation, the sound, and all of the delivery of you hitting something with a 2x4 and it's splattering on the wall.
Yes,
it's just a visceral, great feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. Going back into when I discovered the TG16 version, and like the first stage music was very unconventional sounding for first stage music. Like, first stage music in a lot of games is usually, you know, like kind of upbeat or maybe heroic or whatever. No, the music sounds like it wants to murder me. That already really sets the mood for the game. And then, like, I get, like, the caverns are weird enough, and, you know, this is just a TG16 version. I wasn't even playing the arcade version that had a lot more distended bodies just strewn about randomly everywhere. But then I get to the first boss room, and it's just this gigantic pile of assorted entrails. I'm like, what the hell am I playing here? I might get nightmares, but I can't look away from this. Just... I didn't care that the game was, you know, quote-unquote, simple or shallow or what have you. I was just entranced because I really wanted to see what was next, and boy, the game had a lot to show me, I tell you what.
I tell you, it was definitely an upgrade if you played the Turbo game first and went to the arcade game.
Yeah, no kidding. It is, I don't want to necessarily say it's night and day, because the TG16 I still think is a very good port, but the details of the arcade version had just... piles on the atmosphere even thicker. Also, there's that weird purple cloud of death pursuing you that isn't in the TG16 version, so...
No, that thing's a pain. I will say, when I interviewed Takashi Oda for the site, he mentioned something to me later, or he mentioned it on Twitter, or I forget where exactly. Basically, that when the whole Mirroric thing came about, when he died, he wanted to see Mirroric collapse into like a pile of dust instead of being all goopy and splattery. Which, first seeing that in the arcade game is like, well, that was different.
That's so cool, yeah. Oh yeah, I remember a very dick move that I got murdered by in the arcade. I'll be bouncing all around talking about the game, but the penultimate boss, the mother or the womb, the giant heart that just generates all the deadly fetuses on you. In the TG16 version, it does not explode with instant death acid if you stand next to it. Yep. I didn't get the memo in the arcade version. I was very angry when I died to this.
We all were, I think. So
yeah, I'm sure I have. I mean, the chandelier trick in stage 2 was bad enough, but like, oh wow, this is an arcade secret. Fuck you. Exclusive. Fuck you, I should say. But yeah.
So Derek, it's been a long time since you did your Splatterhouse videos, but what do you have to say about the original game? Besides what you've already said.
It was, to me, the big change was there was a lot more gore. Yes. A lot more blood, a lot more animations. The music was the big one, and I never forget playing, you know, getting MAME on emulation and playing the arcade version, and getting to level 2, and the song that plays before you go underwater, it's just this bom 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 bom. It's just basically 4 notes. It's very, very simple. But on the TurboGrafx version, it's just like very high pitched, almost like it's kind of like chopsticks. It's very kind of like silly. Kind of like whimsical, and then the arcade audio is just like this huge cavernous clanking of just it's just a very simple song, but the delivery of those notes, it's just a terrifying song, and the contrast is so stark. But it's also like very similar to how Splatterhouse is. It's very simple in concept, but you have to look at the nuance in the execution that really escalates it so much further than what it would appear on the surface.
Yeah. And of course you must know about the vinyl soundtrack release that's coming out in like a month or so.
I did not get it. I didn't get the time, so
I'll talk to you after the stream's over about this then.
I missed it.
Well,
no worries, man. I'm not as much of a collector as I used to be, so you're good.
Well, speaking of collecting stuff, I mean, I know there's bound to be people out there who think I have this huge warehouse full of Splatterhouse memorabilia, but that's simply not the case. I have the games, I have a handful of other things, and that's about it, really.
It's more than I got. I mean, even if I started playing Splatterhouse on emulation. Years later, I did get an actual TG16, even with the CD, and of course, I did get the Splatterhouse cue card with it, so it was nice to have that and to play the Western version, Red Mask and all, for whatever few differences that it offered. But I can't remember when I got to play the arcade version. Obviously, I've only stuck to emulation on that, filthy pirate as I am, to some, I'm sure. But, yeah, no, I gotta agree with Derek. The music is not what I call hum in the shower music. It's not catchy, but god damn if it doesn't fit the game to a T and how it really constantly has you on edge. The arcade even has a few tracks that are exclusive to it. I remember the Stage 3 music was completely different in the arcade, and in the TG16 it was just the first stage music again, and the track where you fight, I believe, the mid-boss Master Dead, as he's known as, has this very strange tune that almost sounds like it was composed for a different game when you fight him, but he didn't have that in the TG16 version. So, you know, graphics are great, sounds great, and for me, I think the gameplay works just fine. It isn't trying to be anything more than a simple kill monsters and move forward game, fitting the ethos of the slasher movies it's based on. We all know what we came here for, and that's to see Rick splatter some deadites, or, you know, Jason splatter some horny teens. It's all the same.
I think it's kind of interesting now is, you know, for the longest time it felt like, you know, Splatterhouse was a dirty word that Namco would dare not ever utter. But now it's almost like the arcade version of Splatterhouse has been re-released like twice now, 3 times.
Yeah.
And the TurboGrafx version got the Virtual Console on Wii, and then that was the last time that version has ever been re-released. So, in a weird way, the TurboGrafx port has like been kind of erased from existence. Am I incorrect on that?
I think it was on the TurboGrafx Mini console that was released a few years back. So
Right. Okay.
I will say one thing about
that actually come out in America. Was it that one or some? One of those only ever came on Japan, I believe. But that was all when the mini consoles were kind of a. Remember that hot minute where mini consoles were the new thing?
Yes.
Oh, I got plenty to say about those.
And now it's just Raspberry Pis everywhere, or whatever.
Well, just for the record, the TurboGrafx 16 one did make it out in America, though it was in really limited supply.
Right.
And there was a PC Engine Mini and a Core Graphics Mini as well, which were intended for Japan and Europe. But the Turbo Mini was the only one that had the TurboGrafx port of Splatterhouse on it. I think the other two had PC Engine.
Because I will say, like, the one thing, and I saw somebody in the chat talking about the fight with Jennifer. For as much as I will go up and down about how the audio is better than the arcade version, I think that Jennifer's plea for "help me" in the TurboGrafx version is so much more clear and tragic and brutal. As to her, she just kind of sounds like Charlie Brown, you know, the adults talking. Yeah, just like wah, wah, wah. And it's still very sad and also like really scary and very tense and very tragic, and you know, the highlight of the entire series. But I think if I had to pinpoint one specific thing that really turned me into a Splatterhouse fan, was that sample, was the speech of her saying "help me" before she transforms again. Yeah. Just hit me in the feels, as the kids would say.
Oh yeah. And once I figured out what she was saying in the arcade game, it was like, ooh, that's definitely adds a little more to what I knew from the Turbo version.
What was she saying?
Exactly, yeah.
Let's see. If I remember correctly, first she's like, I'm dying. And then when she changes back the first time, she's like, help me. And then she just says that again afterwards. And then when you finally kill her, and before she fades away into nothing, she's like, thank you, goodbye.
Yeah.
So.
Dang.
But yeah, in the Turbo game was just, help me. And it's like, yes, I'm trying.
So
stop changing.
And it's still like, yeah, her like screaming in pain, and then also her other form, like laughing maniacally.
Yes.
And also the animation, I think like probably for the animation frames, her transformation may have gotten like the most animation frames in the game. It's definitely up there.
Yeah,
They sold that moment so fucking well. I mean, again, that's why I'm here right now. That moment just worked for me. It killed me when I was a little kid. I didn't know games could be tragic like that. I love it.
Yeah, it was such a climactic moment for me back then, having this horrendous, like, semi-torn flesh and her bulging eyes and insane laughter and these extendo claws, and it really did horrify me as a kid, and with as much that was building up to that moment, again, I thought it was the final boss back then. I didn't even realize the horrible tragedy that happened afterward, because I just thought, like, maybe as a kid I hoped that you could beat the horror out of Jennifer and everything would be okay, and then that would be the end of the game. My innocent little mind unfortunately ran out of continues, because the TG16 version unfortunately did have limited continues. The one area where it's not easier than the arcade version, but I'm with Derek. It might be like the golden shining moment in the series, and as much as I love the sequels, also they do kind of take away from the punch of that bit. So that's maybe like a little bit of a retcon. I'm not going to say that annoys me necessarily, but it kind of makes me wonder in retrospect if they were going to make any sequels or just leave it like this.
I do like that it makes Splatterhouse 2, which I think, goes even further in a lot of places in terms of the gore and the violence, but
Yeah.
the wholesome undercurrent of the entire thing.
Yeah.
It's that kind of fun thing of like when Doom was released the same day as Animal Crossing, and then when you really look at Doomslayer or whatever, like he's a violent, dangerous, killing machine, but for demons. Doom guy doesn't kill humans. He kills humans that have transformed into demons, but like otherwise, if you're not a demon, yeah, he'll absolutely hang out with you and fish and like chop down trees and do some knitting with you. And I just think the juxtaposition of like kind of wholesome, cute, fun stuff with horror is just a very interesting image, and so that set up the undercurrent for the rest of the series to have this wholesome underbelly, and so you can have your fun, you have your big power fantasy and your violence and your gore, but it's always for like this isn't Manhunt, this isn't
I was thinking Manhunt, yeah.
Yeah. I should probably, knowing my audience, I should say Manhunt, or I should say some kind of newer game on Steam. But I'm an old man, so I don't know what the new thing is. But yeah, it's not only is it a really good just twist of the knife, but it set the tone for the rest of the series. But they did have to sort of like, oh, she didn't really die, her soul's in another dimension or something. Like sure, okay, whatever.
Speaking of that gut punch with Jennifer, I actually had this happen almost back to back with another game. And, for all those Final Fantasy VII fans out there who are all like, oh, Eris died and emotional. If I'm spoiling a game from 1997, Mike, then too bad.
I'm being a jerk. Go on.
Yeah. And Scroll Boss is here. So,
hey, Prime, what up?
Yeah. Thanks for the use of the sprites, by the way. It's appreciated. At almost the same time as I played the original Splatterhouse, I was watching Braunley go through Phantasy Star 2. And the moment when Nay is killed by Nay first, it was just like, I kind of gotten attached to her. And all of a sudden, her original thing she was cloned from or whatever freaking kills her. It's like, yeah, Phantasy Star did it first. But that was almost like a 1-2 punch right there for me that year.
You know what? For me, it was around the time when Final Fantasy 3 came out. And this is why Final Fantasy 7 really never did for me. But, oh crap, I'm forgetting the name. But there's we go on the Phantom Train in Final Fantasy 6/3.
Oh, you're thinking of Cyan?
Yeah, and
his
how,
family, yeah.
Like, Kefka poisons his entire goddamn kingdom.
Oh yeah.
He walks into his bedroom And the way it's done, but he's just like, he kind of walks in and sees that his whole family has been killed, been poisoned. And then later, he watches them all get on the Phantom train to leave to the afterlife. And there's that moment where he kind of runs after the train, and then he gets to the end of the platform, and then just kind of rides off. And then he's just standing on the platform, and it's like, you can talk to Shadow, and Shadow's like, leave him alone. And you just kind of sit there in that moment until you want to let's move on with the story. But like, I always felt like that was far more tragic and made Kafka such a lovable bastard of a villain. Over so I just thought like Sephiroth was like just way more interesting of a villain to me than rather Kafka over Sephiroth. I just
yeah.
I know that like historically I am wrong, but FF7 was always like, yeah, it's all right, but it's still FF6, you know.
Nah, as much as I like 7, I do think 6 is the superior game. Heck, I like 5 more than 7, and it also has a moment where a very notable character dies that I thought was handled a lot better than when Aerith did her thing. So, or had the thing done to her, I should say. So, oh man, you should have been here when we had the RPG stream. Shoot.
Oh yeah, that was so.
I feel
big.
like there's a. I was gonna say, I feel like there's like a generation of like RPG fans that like, you know, you got in early enough before the, you know, Final Fantasy VII became the big thing, where it's like, you know, we were all playing the genre like beforehand, and then, you know, so like I guess like when you see like the big things that Final Fantasy VII does, you can just go, yeah, but this game did it first, and you know, arguably whether it did it better or not, we can debate.
Well,
I grew up playing Earthbound and Super Mario RPG, so that was where I came from.
I will freely admit that I am not an RPG fan by any means, but I do make an exception for the original 4 Phantasy Star games, and for Final Fantasy 2/4, whatever region you're from.
The one with Cecil, yeah. That's a good one still.
Yes. But
Earthbound is also a game that's kind of similar to Splatterhouse in that like it has this veneer of cheery, glossy, goofy, you know, PBS Sesame Street. There's a review talked about how it likes Barney, but it's, I guess I'm almost familiar with Mothers 2 and 3. Those games go hard, in a way that like the final fight with Gygus in Earthbound/Mother 2 is like it's fucking crazy. It's fucking wild. That whole fight is insane. And you can compare the beginning of that game and the end of it. You're like, what?
It's
so
like,
I guess Splatterhouse sets up that like I love a game that can really pull the veil, or have a veil on me and then pull it off and be like, surprise, something completely. You know, you thought it was one thing, bam, it's something else.
oh, such a cutesy game. Oh, the little Mr. Sadred Scrimblies, they're so adorable. Hey, the final boss is a dimension beyond hell itself. Have fun.
I will say one thing about Splatterhouse. Even after Jen's gone, the fact that you still had more game to go through. It was like, here you think the game's over, and all of a sudden you jump down this giant bloody hole in the floor. And it's like,
yeah, it's like
okay.
that one big head Deadite. I'm just calling them Deadites for the heck of it. You like kind of taunts Rick after Jennifer fades away. It's like he doesn't express anything different in his sprites, but I just get the feeling he is fucking seething. Like
that's what I wanted. I was like, let's go. Now it's time for revenge. I'm gonna burn I'm burning it all down. You know, like this. You know, I can't beat this, but I won't let it beat me, kind of a thing.
Yeah. And that's what you literally do. It's so cool.
Yep. By the way, Mike, that thing's called a top heavy.
Top heavy, right? I knew they had a name. It's I just want to call them big heads for some reason, but I knew that was wrong, so I figured you'd know.
Apparently, they were mutated from mushrooms.
Ooh.
So.
Take that, The Last of Us. You didn't invent it.
Ha ha ha.
I'm gonna. Really cool bosses in the game. The Boar Worm Room, the Poltergeist Room, Biggie Man, Evil Cross / Sleep, Mutant Jennifer, the Mother. I will say maybe Stage 6 is probably the weakest part of the game because it's just one thing over and over again, and it's an extremely annoying thing. The music's really cool. Mm-hmm. Yeah, those things suck. But the music's really cool, I will give that. And, that you're just crawling through this entire giant flesh Canal here, make all the H.R. Giger references you want or whatever, but yeah, it really feels like you are building up to the end at that point, like you thought the end was already there, but now you're going to kill the mansion itself, and I'm just glad that the game gives you the opportunity to do so, even if it just spams a lot of the egg obas at you. God damn it.
And the interesting thing is, I actually had asked Takashi Oda about that too, about the whole idea that Mother was the heart of West Mansion, and when you destroyed it, that's why the mansion burned down. And he's like, wow, that's a really good theory. And it's like, so no one has the definitive answer, do they? Unless I just haven't talked to him yet.
Yeah.
There's a Japanese movie called Ikiru, which means to live. And there's a symbolic aspect of the character. He has stomach cancer. And it was explained to me that, like, in Japanese culture, you know, in American culture, Western culture, we think like the heart, you know, get to the heart of things. You know, you broke my heart. But I guess in Japanese culture, I apologize, I'm getting this completely wrong. The stomach is kind of considered like the center of the body, and so actually, like, that's why it blows up at the end with stomach acid, because you're actually striking at the stomach of the mansion, not the heart of it. But I might be completely out of my element here, so.
No, I think Kurosawa himself would have found that. I think he would have really liked the Splatterhouse series. Even if they didn't have all the plot details worked out, it is a very cinematic game for its era. It conveys just such a place and a story just through action, as it were, and it just... Again, style over substance, but it really is a hell of a style, and like, you know,
nailed the style. That's why genre in film, genre in any kind of medium, is important and can work if you nail the style correctly. And so that's, you know, I think I've made the point before, but like most Splatterhouse games across the board get kind of bad reviews from reviewers, and I kind of understand why, because the style is doing so much of the heavy lifting, and like whether you want to play a game that looks like a Cannibal Corpse album cover, you know immediately yes or no, and the game is not. It's very unlikely it's going to change your mind.
Yeah.
But that is important to have a statement like this is what we're about. You're either on board or you're not.
Yeah.
You need to have that in mind.
You know, you just reminded me of a funny story, actually. I once had the uncensored Tomb of the Mutilated album.
Oh, I remember this.
And I was hanging out at work. A friend of mine gave it to me. So I'm showing it off to a couple of the guys I work with, and they're like, that's friggin' sick, you know? And then we had this cashier walks up to us, and she was young, you know, we're talking like just out of high school kind of thing. What are you guys looking at? Nothing you want to see. Oh, come on, let me see it. It's just a music CD, that's all. Oh, come on, can't I look at it? You really don't want to see it. Anyway, finally I was just like, all right, here. So she looks at the cover, and the look on her face just immediately was like, what the? And then she flips over and starts reading the song titles. And she practically throws it back at me, and she's like, you guys, listen, you're freaking sick. Hey, we warned you, okay?
Oh, yeah, no, okay. I'm actually. I had to go to the Wikipedia page to just remember which Cannibal Corpse album it was, but yeah, this one's. Yeah.
Yeah.
This one got some stuff. Well, it has Hammer Smash Face, which is their most famous song.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I Come Blood, but there's a lot more. It has a lot more going on there.
Yeah, I don't even think she made it to the full playlist.
Yeah, I remember when I thought my mom would have objected to Type of Negative's Bloody Kisses cover of two lesbians in Embraced, but I remember, Rob, you said Mom would probably have a cow at the Tomb of the Mutilated cover, and I don't know why that just stuck in my mind, but...
Yeah. Everyone had a cow at that one.
Tune into the album covers roundtable 2 months from now. No, I'm just...
That'd be
but yeah,
channel.
But yeah, building on what Derek said... Actually, you know what? We haven't heard from Mercury in a while. I'm sorry if I'm speaking. If you have anything to say, dude, I should probably let you go.
No, it's fine. You know, I guess two things real quick. Because we were talking about sound earlier, and I don't know if this is like, you know, if anyone else thinks this, but the sound design in this game is pretty funny at some points because mostly I think about the cleaver. So you pick up the cleaver and then you swing it at something, and it sounds like I'm hitting a home run.
Yes.
It's such a good sound. Like, it's not the sound I associate with cleaving something, but I just love that sound so much. I don't know why. It's just so great.
It is. It really. Instead of like a shing, like in Strider, another game we all love very much, it's like a. It's just like. It is so punchy. It really does add a lot to it.
Oh yeah.
But also, I guess since it was brought up about like reviews for the game, and and whether people feel about this, so one of the things I love to do is at least especially recently is dive into like old Japanese retro magazines, because there's a lot of data that they collect, like surveys from fans, sales data sometimes and whatnot. And I remember I was getting to this roundtable, I was thinking about like, I'm gonna go check out what contemporary reviews and sales and stuff for Splatterhouse was, because I wanted to see how, at least because I can get that information from the Japanese magazine way easier than I can get it from like any American or European magazine. So I was like, okay, let's see what's going on. Game Machine magazine, which is a publication for arcade retailers, to help them like get an idea of like, what game should I get or whatever. Splatterhouse seemed to do okay. Sales wise, like kind of middling, not, but still within like top 10 sellers. But, you look at the games that were released at the time, and like the heavy hitters of that era were games like Daima Kaimura, Ghouls and Ghosts,
yep,
and Image Fight by Irem, and that kind of stuff. And then you go to Gamist magazine, which is the for arcade fans, and they will share similar sales data that Game Machine has. But you also get like, what are fans thinking? Like, aside, because we can get the income data, but let's go see what fans say. Fans seem to pretty much like Splatterhouse at the time. Like, they ranked it pretty high. Unfortunately, because we're competing with Ghouls and Ghosts and Image Fight and that kind of thing. Those are still like at the tippy top.
I think Splatterhouse is better than Image Fight myself. Ghouls and Ghosts, though, there's some serious competition. I'm not going to lie there.
Well, you know how those shooter fans are. They're really hardcore about their shooting.
Yeah, but even in the 80s, there was better than Image Fight, in my opinion. I don't know. That one just never really grabbed me.
I'm a diehard shooter fan, and even I think that Splatterhouse is better than Image Fight. So
yeah. Also on that list was one of my personal favorites, Tatsujin, which most folks might know as Truxton.
That's great game.
Hopefully, I'm streaming in 3 months.
I think I learned about that from your podcast.
We did
from the Hardcore Gaming 101 podcast.
Oh wow! Oh crap! I can't even remember when that
was before my time.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, no, Truxton's great. Fire Shock's great too. I mean, Toadland didn't always bat 1,000, but they did really shape the shoot 'em up genre for the time. I'd say they maybe were more influential than Splatterhouse was, but
on a side note regarding Truxton, I remember hanging out with Bromley back in the early 90s, and he was really interested in getting that. He's the one who really got me into shooters. But he mentioned Truxton in front of his mom, and she was like, "Truck stop? Why do you want a game about a truck stop?" It's like, no, that's Truxton. Oh,
yeah, I mean, I still like Splatterhouse more, but Truxton is a very influential arcade game that also had a great Genesis port.
Oh, yeah.
But there were just Merc, anything else that you want to say? I just wanted to have a few more things on Splatterhouse. And
I'm good. You can go for it.
Yeah.
Cool. If Derek did bring it up, I did want to mull also on how much of a huge punch the ending is, and how very few games, if any, at the time went that bold. It's kind of ironic, because I think that downer endings nowadays, they can be done well, but I'm not always the biggest fan of them. Sometimes it feels like they're just trying to be depressing for the sake of being depressing, and I mean, it's definitely a case basis, but no, in Splatterhouse, it really just did work for what the game was trying to sell, and just, the masked shatters and faceless shadowed Rick there, just standing broken as everything's burning behind him as Sentinel Corey plays. A more depressing key than it did when you found Jennifer, even. And yeah, no, it's a fucking mood. I just gotta say.
Then, of course, you got that little stinger at the very end when the mask reforms.
That's the game reminding you of its horror movie influences there. And what do you know? They actually made good on it, too. Yeah, that ties into what Derek was saying about, how style matters so much for this game as it does. And I have to agree, but I find it ironic because usually what attracts me to a game is if it plays well. Like, gameplay is like 9/10 of the game to me. How it looks for the most part is relatively incidental, but in this case, Splatterhouse just does it so well that I do have to admit it is for its atmosphere that I like it more. But it doesn't hurt that I think it plays well for what it is, even if the slide kick is a little fiddly to perform sometimes.
And just before we wrap up Splatterhouse, just a couple other things I want to say about it, namely about the character design, because that, I think, has the most classic character design of the entire series. Everything from
absolutely
the dead men to the top heavies to all the bosses we mentioned, especially Biggie Man. And then you got characters like the Joker, which is the little floating anime ghost girl who carries her skull around. And Mirror Wreck, of course. As
and
well
the
as
the final boss, big melty face is just
Hellcat.
so big, such a big, just like and detailed sprite. I can imagine that if you were playing this game back in 1988 and you had managed to get that far, anyone walking by the machine would be like, "What the hell is you? What is that?"
Mm-hmm. And
it is so very. Go ahead.
So I'm very happy to see that Unbox Industries has immortalized so many of them in plastic.
Excellent. Yeah, Hell Chaos is just so freaking awesome looking. And yeah, the music that this stream started out with is actually the final boss music. And I think it's very different from the rest of the soundtrack. It has almost a bit of a triumphant, yeah, let's go feel to it. Which, like, this is the victory lap. You're beating the crap out of this final boss. I wouldn't say he's as hard as Jennifer, but it's still a challenge, especially when he starts roving his giant hands while the debris falling down. And yeah, it's just such a different mood that really gets you pumped up for it. Before the game kicks you in the face with the ending, but I just think it's an interesting mood. And yes, its name is Hell Chaos, not Captain Mozzarella, Internet.
Thank you, Mike.
If Rob, you wanted to go into that tangent, I don't know.
Oh, I'm just going to say that name originated from a rip of the soundtrack somebody sent me way back in the day. We didn't even know the official character names at the time for the most part. So I just posted it, and everyone's like, "Oh, Captain Mozzarella, yeah." And it's like, no.
that was like attributing, like, some sort of underground, like, swear-laden parody to Weird Al or some crap like that.
Yeah. As far as what Hell Chaos is actually saying, no idea, but it sounds like he's saying Rick Taylor.
Hey, you're not wrong. And then there's the mystery about the weird ghost face that pops out.
Is it even like? It's like he says it in rhythm with the song. Is it even him saying something, or is it actually just a part of the music?
That's a good question.
Yeah, very good question.
But
it's never really been confirmed what that weird ghost face is, but Rob, I think you kind of found out that might be the spirit of Dr. West being freed or something like that, even though that's still kind of ambiguous.
Well, here's the thing. I'm looking this up right now.
Mm-hmm.
According to this, all right, the interview I conducted with Takashi Oda, I asked him directly, what exactly is Hell Chaos, and maybe more importantly, what's the ghost face that rises out of the ground after it's destroyed? Is it the spirit of Dr. West, as a lot of fans believe it to be? And his answer was, Hell Chaos is the spirit that resided in the Hell Mask and joined with something in the ground, and the cross is thought to have been Dr. West. The goal would have been to destroy the terrifying mansion created by Dr. West and free his own soul. That pretty much sounds like confirmation that it was Dr. West.
Yeah. And that is a good point. You see that the white sphere flies out of the mask to go into the ground when the fight starts. So
now, Brandon brought up something here. he thinks that it's Dr. Mueller. The thing is, Dr. Mueller was strictly a creation of the Western branch of Namco. So, because the zombie you encounter in Splatterhouse 2 is actually the reanimated corpse of Dr. West.
Yeah, it's like the whole Dr. Mueller thing was like an quote-unquote originally named character from a Konami Western NES manual.
Cockarola Hayamami?
No, Hyrule Kakamimi.
Whatever his name was,
But
I don't care.
Close. Yeah.
Vermin Katapi. There we go.
There's just one more thing I want to mention about Splatterhouse. I know we dwelled in the original game enough. There's just so much we could say. Just a question I always wanted to ask as far as logistics is concerned. I was always, unsure about what exactly the first 2 levels of the game are, because in level 3 you're outside, and then 4 onward seems like the house proper. But what are, the first 2 levels? Like, some dungeon under the house, and then, that poltergeist room is a room in a shed outside the house or something? I don't know. The logic on that, I always found that weird.
I mean, look at the cover, right? Look at the video of the stream. Yeah. There's a shed to the right.
Yeah.
Exactly. I assume that when you got captured, the second level where you start, there's a trap door in the floor. So I think that I always assumed that it's that cabin, and there's actually a very deep basement in the cabin. Through a stream, through some water, they threw your corpse all the way down at the bottom of the basement. And I guess it is worth saying that that kind of implies the first 3 levels of Splatterhouse. The first level takes place. The first 3 levels don't take place in Splatterhouse, and the last level is you leaving the house. So there's 2 levels where you're actually in Splatterhouse.
Yeah, but level 5 is huge enough for it to feel like the freaking house. So I guess it makes up for that. If there's just one thing I would add to Splatterhouse, it would be a sort of a stage map like the Ghosts and Goblins series does. But those images that you get in between the stages are really neat as they are. So I won't complain too much.
And of course, Prime had to go ahead and reference my favorite horror film series of all time. Workshed.
Yep.
Groovy. Anyway.
Massive freaking influence.
I had one more thing I wanted to add. I wanted to ask Merc. I think that it's really interesting that Splatterhouse and Mega Man 2, I think they both came out in 1988, and they both kind of have bummer, dour endings.
Oh, wow.
That both kind of, for me, subvert the expectation of you beat the game and you win and everything's great, but then you have Mega Man walking home alone in this very sad song and this really melancholy moment. Then you have Splatterhouse ending with Rick alone while the house burns behind him, and it really just felt like where it was a moment where games were they weren't just about getting high scores, they weren't just about getting to the end. It's a moment where gaming kind of started. Those 2 games, it was around the time that maybe story started becoming a bigger part of video games. I don't know if you would agree. You have much more of a deeper knowledge than I do.
Yeah, I feel like there is definitely this kind of turning point where folks you get a lot more pop culture references and nods, and I feel like you get because you compare it to something like I brought up Altered Beast previously, and I guess Golden Axe would be around this about a year later, but those games, those endings tend to be a little more goofier. Those games end and it breaks the fourth wall. It's this was all a play or something like that. So I feel like there's this we're getting away from the idea of we're looping. Oh, you beat the game, here's the second loop, it's harder. So I feel like this is developers kind of playing around with the idea of we can inject a little bit more, story and lore nods to our games than what we used to previously.
Yeah, Namco and Capcom were definitely ahead of the curve in storytelling. I'd say even Konami would be for Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest. If you get the quote-unquote normal ending, Simon dies. I found it very interesting that games were amusing were evolving through their stories at the time. And yet, 2 decades later or so, we have games where the story is front and center, arguably more to the expense of gameplay. I don't want to sound like a cranky old fuddy-duddy. Like, some of these games, they do that well for what they do. They're not always my thing, but... yeah, I don't know. The genre... The medium as a whole felt like it was just really turning towards something later that I felt it had a really good balance of story and gameplay that I think maybe tilted in one direction, maybe too far. But again, maybe I'm just being cranky. I don't know.
Well, like if you think of games as like an art medium or like anything else, like it's a total package thing. Like I think a lot of like game folks will like focus way too much on gameplay, which I can understand. I'm a gameplay kind of person myself, but like the gameplay, has all the gameplay just isn't what games are like 100%. Like you got your art and your music and all that kind of ties. It's a total package deal. Like and nowadays, as the time went on, it was really like we need to incorporate more of these non-gameplay elements into our gameplay. Just because like the previous decade of games, of like throughout the 80s, it was like straight up gameplay. Here's some visual feast stuff, and then you start getting into the games like your Altered Beasts and your Splatterhouses and whatnot, where it's like here's a spectacle to go with it. And even Sega and Namco were dealing with like the Tycoon games, the things like the Outruns and your Space Harriers, where it's like it's not just a game, it's an amusement ride almost. That kind of thing. It's that's just part of the game. It's just part of the games industry. It's like, what can we do to convince people to buy into our product? And if story and spectacle is going to help with that, then yeah, go for it.
I agree. Yes.
All right, I know we started late because of the technical difficulties, and we have now spent almost an hour and a half discussing just the original game. But this is about the history of Splatterhouse, so we do kind of got to move on.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right, Kyle, you basically missed just us talking about the original Splatterhouse. So, but
still a lot to go. So.
Rather than jumping directly into the sequels, well, let's do this in kind of a chronological order. 1989, Namco releases Splatterhouse from Paku Graffiti for the Famicom, and it's a total 180 from the original arcade game. So, but
first off, was one Paku mean again? Because I keep forgetting.
Naughty.
Delinquent or something like that? Naughty, yes.
Like mischievous, naughty.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, obviously, as was pointed out earlier, it's a parody. And that becomes very evident right from the first time you encounter the what some have termed as the Disco Dracula, or more accurately, the recreation of the Thriller video in the middle of the graveyard.
I call him Michael Draxon.
It works.
Terrible, but I had to.
So, but it's set up a little differently than the arcade game. You're always carrying an axe, and you only get a shotgun from time to time. And on top of that, there's some hidden stuff, and stuff will extend the ending. And after you fight your way through all these different parodies, I mean, you got your Jaws parody, your Alien parody, your Burning parody, all sorts of stuff. And eventually, you end up fighting Merc's avatar, the Pumpkin King. And when you beat him and you're reunited with Jennifer, and this is, if you know the original game, it's kind of weird when the game starts. Jennifer is mourning at Rick's grave. And then it explodes, and he basically gets up, and he's like, what's going on? And she jumps for joy. And then all of a sudden, the next one explodes. Pumpkin King comes out, grabs her, and flies off. So, at the end of the game, when you're reunited with... Oh, yes, let's not forget the fly.
Oh, yes.
But at the end of the game, after you defeat him, you're reunited with Jennifer, and all of a sudden, someone yells, cut! You're on a movie set. So, and Rick goes and talks to the director, who, at least according to the translation that's all over the internet, says, that was some great acting. This will be a damn fine movie. Great job. And he walks off while Rick is being all happy. Rick takes off the terror mask and walks away, and then the terror mask actually comes to life and starts floating around the studio and causing spotlights and stuff to ricochet. And now if you actually went and found the two hidden areas in the game, one of which is in Japan and one of which is in Egypt, then you may have gotten the two crystal balls if you successfully got through them. Those extend the ending where you find out that Wanpaku Graffiti is actually a prequel to Splatterhouse. So it basically says, you see Rick and Jennifer sitting on the hilltop, and it says the two are happy, and then in the next screen they're heading towards West Mansion. It says until tragedy strikes. And then you get what looks like a film strip that says, fortunately the movie Splatterhouse has completed. Thank you, you are great. Winners don't use drugs.
Yeah.
But it's, and yes, as Kyle pointed out, you can actually fart during the Japanese geisha dance, because she'll sit there and she'll dance for you, and if you just sit there and watch, she'll be like, welcome to Japan, I will give you a crystal ball, thank you. But if you fart during that, which you can do by pressing the A and B buttons, she'll say, gee, how rude you are, go home with crystal ball. Now, you can't do that while the Egyptian princess or priestess or whatever she is giving you a lap dance in the Hidden Egypt level. But but it sure looks like she's giving him a lap dance. But there's lots of great stuff in this game, especially the English that is shown between stages. The most famous one being "Be garbage of cesspool."
Yeah.
That
Poetry.
yes,
And
and
absolutely.
just as I'm fond of saying, there are traces of my fingerprints all over Splatterhouse 2010. If you look hard in a certain couple of places in the game, you will actually see phrases from Wanpaku Graffiti scrawled on the walls as bloody graffiti. And one of them is "Be garbage of cesspool," which is also the name of an achievement, actually. So,
Furthermore, I believe one of the photos of Jennifer has her dressed up in a punk outfit. I think she actually played a concert there at a club called Wanpaku Graffiti, which is a little more on the nose, but I really appreciated the nod.
yeah. But, it's like, even though they said that the game didn't fit the tone of 2010, they still snuck references. It helps when you have the ear of the lead artist, I can tell you that.
Oh, yes.
But as far as Wanpaku Graffiti itself is concerned, it's a little easy to run through. But some of the little hidden details are great. Like, the Pumpkin King has a waiting room at the end of the game. You can actually get sodas out of his machine and drink them and regain your life.
Yeah.
And then also in the last stage, you can go in the men's room and fight the possessed plunger, which will unclog the toilet and send all these big-eyed little green turds after you. It's a totally optional thing, but it's hilarious.
Yeah, the game definitely knew what it was. My favorite was the bit where a cute girl's stomach explodes and lots of spiders jump out of it. That's a mid-boss encounter. And I'm like, oh wow, this is horrifying. They wouldn't have done this in a... Nintendo of America wouldn't have approved of this, would they? And then after you kill all the spiders, her stomach just inexplicably closes back up and then she just yawns and walks off. And I'm like, okay, that's cute.
And as Jim pointed out, too, there's also an Evil Dead 2 reference in the last stage. There's a room that's on fire with a deer head trophy in it. If you happen to get injured at all, the deer head will laugh at you.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think it's a great game. Like I said, it's the reason I started West Mansion. Besides the fact I've been wanting to do it for a couple of years at that point. And the story of how I got a hold of that game was basically like, back before they had buy it now stuff on eBay, I actually outsniped somebody on an auction for it. And
Nice.
when my package arrived, it wasn't Wanpaku Graffiti. It was the Hello Kitty games for the Famicom. And I was furious. I was ranting. I was like, what the hell is going? Where's my splatter? Why do I get Hello fucking Kitty instead? Well, according to the seller, the person that their partner, I guess I said it was had mixed up the addresses on 2 packages. So they got me in contact with the buyer of the Hello Kitty game, so I'm sure was super thrilled to open the package and see Splatterhouse, considering she was buying the games for her little girls. We arranged a swap. I got my copy. So
That's like when you order like Indian food and you ask for, I want mild. I got heartburn. I want mild, and they give you the ultra spicy, which means somebody was like, "Give me the ultra spicy," and 2 people were profoundly disappointed by their packages.
yes.
I mean, to be fair, at least the little girls would have gotten the cleanest, most family-safe version of Splatterhouse.
You know, I can attest to that because
There's
I was
some
raising.
stuff. I mean, it's like I'm sure they could have cleaned this game up for America, but also like it was early enough in the NES's lifespan, kind of like Monster Party.
Yeah.
Wanpaku could have maybe squeaked by, but they would have had to polish up a couple of things.
Definitely.
Yeah. Funny you mentioned that, Derek, because both Wanpaku Graffiti and Monster Party, with the parody of horror movies angle that they both have, if I'm reading this right, they were released around a month within proximity of each other. So
It's always hard to get like those release dates for back then were just very fuzzy.
I mean, I'm just getting this from Wikipedia, and we can trust that, can't we? No, I
Of course
don't
we
have
can.
a definitive source on this. So
To me, it's like, see, Monster Party is a profoundly weird game. And again, it's one of those like style will get you far. The gameplay of Monster Party is like kind of not good, but it's such a
Unfortunately, no.
bonkers game through and through that like, you know, every level you're like, what insane creature and boss am I going to fight next? But Japan never got that game, and we never got Wanpaku Graffiti, but we got Monster Party, and because we got Monster Party in the way that we did because it was a very botched localization is the reason why.
yeah.
You know, please don't pick on me, Pumpkinhead Kid is there instead of like a monkey, you know, like an ape riding over Planet of the Apes.
Yep.
It's a better game because you know, it's somebody was walking with a jigsaw puzzle and they tripped and fell, and somehow the puzzles landed perfectly in place. It was a mistake that worked out well. And so to me, I feel like we can say that it sucks we didn't get it, but we got a great version of a game that Japan didn't get at all. So
Yeah.
I almost feel like Monster Party is like an honorary Splatterhouse game.
Wow.
It's pretty close.
Yeah, no, that's actually a great way of putting it. I think both Wanpaku Graffiti and the Monster Party are, you know, mostly lighthearted parodies for the most part, but they still have a few legitimately creepy moments in them.
Until the ending. The ending of Monster Party is like it's all a dream. It's a nightmare. And then it's it's okay. It's all the ending is so great to Monster Party because it's like it kind of implies that it's not a happy ending or it's great. No, it's hard to put it into words without spoiling it. But man,
Absolutely.
Monster Party has a great ending.
Yes.
It's worth it to struggle through that game for it.
We're all Monster Party fans here, it seems. Indeed, Jim. That's I will say though, the Chameleon Man boss really freaks me out, even kind of still. But yeah, no, it's a very blessed game, and yeah, I do consider it. Yeah, I'll agree with you. It's an honorary Splatterhouse. I mean, you're even whacking things with a bat. That's kind of something Rick does. So yeah.
Just to
And hey,
address-
you even have a transformation gimmick like Splatterhouse 3.
Yeah. And just to address a couple things in the chat real quick. Yes, Brandon, that was actually Betty. So, and Mazen. Oh, yes, Lad. I was really excited to get those Hello Kitty games. In all fairness, so I did buy them both later on. And
Yeah, they're not bad games.
No, not at all. In fact, Hello Kitty World, like Jim said, is great.
Yeah.
But mainly bought them for my girls. I mean, I was around the same time as I was getting these games. My 2 oldest daughters were growing up. So the first Splatterhouse game they ever saw was 2, and that's because they snuck out of bed. But After that, I showed them Wanpaku Graffiti, and they just fell in love with it. So,
That's adorable.
but let's see.
The only like real big beef I have with Wanpaku Graffiti is the final Pumpkinhead boss, because I think he's like something like 20 hits. He takes so long.
He
Yeah.
is very spongy. I think that fight definitely could have been cut down to at least 2/3 of his health, because at some point it's just following the pattern, and that's all you have to do.
Mm-hmm.
Cool looking fight. The design's really cool, but
Yeah.
man, it's oof.
No, I have to agree. It does feel like, most of the, I think, bosses are pretty neat. I especially like the not Cropsy one, who is actually pretty terrifying looking, except for the fact that he's attacking you with a fork and knife instead of head shears. But, it's all one of the cooler moments. And this is after going through what is absolutely not Crystal Lake, which, also fits the burning, kinda, if not Friday the 13th,
Well,
but yeah.
you're right. It's not Crystal Lake. It's Diamond Lake. There's a difference.
That's right, yes. True. Wink.
But, oh, man. Yes, Wanpaku Graffiti. Merc, what'd you think of that one?
Oh, so that game was always a curiosity to me, because I have a weird fascination with, like, parody games, especially, like, NES/Famicom era chibi style parody games, because along with Wanpaku Graffiti, you also had games like Konami made Kid Dracula, and then later on you'd have like Capcom made Mighty Final Fight. So like you're getting that era of NES where it's like, well, we can't really make a port of a recent arcade title. They're too advanced, but we could use the IP for something like kind of similar. So. And this is kind of like one of the earliest of that style of game. On top of that, this was also, I believe, the first of the because this is the first, I guess, sort of sequel to Splatterhouse. But from this point on, Now Production ends up taking over like development, for the series, and they're kind of like a weird I kind of see them like a weird Tosei, and like they've done games for other companies like Hudson. They did the Adventure Island games after the first and things like that. And then more recently they did Pac-Man World Repack. But like they have a weird history with Namco, because they always seem to be Namco's go-to for like, we need a console game. We'll hand you this.
Yeah, pretty much.
Didn't Namco have some kind of weird falling out with Nintendo, because that was around the time they started making all their games on Tengen?
Right. So at least in Japan, that's what I hear. And in the US, it's a little different, because Namco didn't have a console publisher in the US until like Namco Home Tech sometime in the 90s.
Yeah.
And before that, all of the ports were either handled by Bandai, that's like a strange like allusion to what would happen later in the future, or like sometimes it'd be like Sunsoft or whoever, but like not many. Like if you look at the Famicom release of Namco games, they released a ton, but if you look at the US, it's very light, like not too much. And then when Tengen started cropping up and we're deciding to like be like, hey, we're going to circumvent your weird copy protection thing and make our own cartridges, because Tengen was partially owned by Namco. You got a lot of like the Namco games from there, so your Rolling Thunders and whatnot.
Yeah, I've always wondered, like, people talk about censorship and all that stuff, and could you have Wanpaku released on the NES? And I've always speculated that actually that weird relationship between Namco and Nintendo of America might have muddied the waters more than the content of Wanpaku Graffiti.
Right. That's kind of where I've always saw it. That's kind of where I always saw it, because because like I think they were pretty from what I remember, Namco was pretty vocal, at least in Japan, about like, oh, we helped the Famicom become a big deal from our arcade ports and all that stuff, and we and all this stuff, and Nintendo wasn't like giving us preferential treatment or whatever, which is why they started doing games for the PC Engine and the Mega Drive. But it's not like they ever stopped making Famicom games. They just seemed to like kind of like was testing the waters, like, can we can we succeed in the console space without Nintendo? And it seemed like kind of with the PC Engine, maybe not so much with the Mega Drive.
Well, I know that they definitely had some kind of preferential treatment from Nintendo, because it was only the licensees that had their own custom cart shells.
Oh yeah,
Taito had them, Namco had them, Konami had them. I don't think Capcom ever did though. But
dang, that's ironic.
Regardless, in the end, One Pocket Graffiti was a great game that should not have stayed in Japan as long as it did.
Yeah, I mean, I do miss this era where parody games were a thing. They seem to mostly be a thing more in Japan, though, because, we didn't get the Famicom Kid Dracula, but we did get the Game Boy one. And I don't think we ever...
Better of the two.
Yes. Wait, what about Splatterhouse 2?
Oh, no. That was the better of the two Kid Dracula games, was the Game Boy one.
Sorry, misheard you. Yes. No, I do agree. I do think the NES one, I think, turned out more frustrating the last several stages. The GB one was on a more even keel, and it was also uniquely had the Jason-esque boss, which I think is my favorite in the game. I don't think we got any of the Parodius games over here either, so...
I'm glad you mentioned Parodius, Mike, because...
we got the... Oh, go ahead.
You got to give a shout-out to the godfather of the parody genre.
Yeah, that pretty much was. It was a big thing. It was, Konami was really at the forefront of that. But I'm glad that Namco and Capcom and other companies got in on it. I don't know why we didn't get One Pocket Graffiti or Parodius, and we had to settle for Sid of Valis instead. But life ain't fair.
Well. But
yeah, that SD Valis game, was that like the first SD game that ever came to America?
That's a good question. It was one of the earliest that I know.
Definitely one of the earliest. So I remember buying it because I was a big fan of the Valis games, and it's like, well, this one looks different, but I'll give it a shot. And I would have liked it if the control hadn't been so slippery. Exactly. Because it's just an SD retelling of Valis 2.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, and until like the recent Valis collection on the Switch, I don't think we got actual Valis 2 in any form.
Oh, yes, we did.
But,
we did.
Oh, well, I'm stupid. Ignore me.
TurboGrafx CD. It was one of the first batch of CD games released.
Oh crap! I didn't realize it got a Western release.
Oh yeah.
Cool.
So.
But this isn't the Valis stream, so I'll shut up now.
No, we'll go into that at a different point in time. So, moving on past that, of course, we first got the TurboGrafx port of Splatterhouse in 1990. And it was apparently a, how do they call them now? Killer apps for the Turbo? Whatever the case may be, when Namco decided to press forward with actually doing a sequel. Yeah, didn't you say earlier, Merc, that actually had come out here in the U.S. before it hit Japan?
Yeah, about a month prior, from what I recall, doing research on this, it seemed to be a month prior. Release dates in the U.S. are always kind of sketchy, just because, unlike in Japan, where they seem to be a lot more meticulous about when they actually release the game, right down to the day. Here in the West, it was always whenever the stores get it, that's when you get it.
Yeah, and I was an early Genesis adopter. And I remember two of the games I was most interested in when I first heard about them were Burning Force and Phelios. So I knew Namco was doing games for it. So those two were great. And then they did stuff like Quad ETB Challenge or something I didn't care about. But,
Quad Challenge. That's a game.
Yeah, exactly.
Is it a racing game? I don't think I know that one.
It is.
It is.
Sounds racy, yeah. Not my genre for the most part.
Right. And good night, Captain Beefy.
See you, Beef.
And after that, they did Marvel Land. That was a pretty good port. Besides, beyond the obvious cutbacks they had to make from the arcade game. And then I started hearing about Splatterhouse 2. And at that point, since I didn't have a turbo yet, it was just maybe, I guess about a year before I got mine. my interest was immediately piqued. Rented it from the local video store, had an absolute blast with it. So it's like, well, I know what I'm buying next. I know I went down to the local flea market and actually traded away a small stack of games just to get a brand new copy of Splatterhouse 2.
Nice.
So, I kind of have mixed feelings about it now, though. It's not my favorite Splatterhouse game. I actually like almost all the other ones over Splatterhouse 2.
Yes.
Yeah. But 2 is still very, very good. And I love how it does pick up, with a direct continuation of the original. And it's like the whole thing about being 3 months later since the tragedy, as the part 2 in Japan puts it. And then, of course, in the U.S. Okay, I'm going to just put this right up front. I hate the U.S. design of the mask.
Yeah, it's dumb. We got rooked. The Japanese version is so much cooler. It notably looks like a white version of the red TurboGrafx 16 mask of the first. So that would have been some pretty nice continuity rolling off of that. But no, the just straight up skull design. It feels like a freaking dime store Halloween mask.
Exactly. And it's funny because the first screenshot that surfaced of the prototype in EGM and whatnot actually showed basically the red version of the mask from the Turbo game.
Dang.
Including a disclaimer that said, this is preliminary, the mask will be white in the finished game.
Well, they were right, I guess. Then the monkey's paw curled.
Yeah, kind of. But I know for the longest time, people were like, some West Mansion rebuilt itself somehow. And it's like, actually, no. If you look at the intro really closely, you can see the burnout remains of West Mansion. This one is a different house entirely, which I called the Mueller Mansion until I learned about the actual Japanese storyline, which is where it's called the Hidden House. It's pretty big to be a hidden house, though.
So, was this Dr. West's, vacation house out in the Okies or whatever?
Yeah, it's his vacation house about a mile and a half away from West Mansion.
Well, it's not much vacation, but
when he wanted to actually go out into the middle of the lake and just hang out, because apparently it's built on an island in the lake.
Lakes make for good horror. Apparently, it is what it is.
But that opening where you're scrolling past everything and you see the ropes and the corpse bits are hanging from the ropes and bird flies away, lightning's flashing, rain's coming down, and just as that intro ends, you get that one close up of one of those things, and it's like, what is that?
Yeah, you never really know. It's a really fantastic opening, sets the mood, and of course the mask thing. She doesn't have to die, Rick.
On top of that, it gives us the immortal mask line for the first time. You need me.
Yeah, they were really fleshing out the actual story and place of the game itself. That was definitely, I think, something that 2 really did well. Now they had more of a direction. Whether or not, certainly they didn't intend, I think, to take it to where they did from the first game onward, but it is, again, it does kind of suck a little bit that it takes away from the massive punch of the first game's ending, but it's just done so well otherwise, I'm not really going to argue. It feels at this point that Splatterhouse is more sure of its mythology and it embraces what it is for the creepier bits and the wackier bits. So,
yeah, and there's plenty of great stuff in that. In fact, Derek, you'd mentioned this was your favorite one out of the bunch.
Yeah, I think also making the mask a character not only works well for the lore. I think it also makes it just a little more difficult for New Line Cinema to sue you for blatantly ripping off of Jason Voorhees' design. Be like, no, it's not just a mask. It's also like a haunted, being. Someone pointed out to me recently that it's very similar to what happens in the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure anime, the terror mask in Splatterhouse is like kind of a gigantic JoJo's reference.
Oh wow, you're right. That's a good
Yeah,
point.
I think that I that weird thing that happens at the very beginning, at the very end of the intro, where you see a close up of that weird thing. I've forgotten about that until you mentioned it. Is there a way? Is the rest of that in the cartridge somewhere? Can you pull that sprite out and see what the rest of that thing looks like, or do they only just make half of it?
That's a good question. I've never tried. I do know we have a couple people who have worked extensively with sprites who are here now. Prime up. Any way you could possibly do that? See if that thing's fully in there?
Well, I guess also what I can say about Splatterhouse 2 is I think someone said, and it might have been you, Mike, but just the music of Splatterhouse 1 is very good, but it isn't really like hummable.
In the shower, yes.
But Splatterhouse 2, I actually feel like there are a handful of songs that have extremely good melodies that have been stuck in my head for years. And even a handful of them are reused in Splatterhouse 3. And I know it was probably the same team, so maybe it was the same composers. I guess I don't know the credits that well, but to me, like, Splatterhouse 2 is very iterative of the first game. And that's either to a fault. I think that it kind of polishes the gameplay, and it really is Splatterhouse 1, but more of it. It doesn't quite have the big punch, the big twist. With the Jennifer fight, I don't think really Splatterhouse 3 gets close. I don't think any other part of this series ever really touches that, but so many of the set pieces, so many of the bosses, I think the levels the game is far more difficult, but in a very good height, fair way. It's a much longer experience. It has the story with the intro in the beginning. It has a nice ending, and has the little spots in between the stages that fill in the story. Splatterhouse 1 was just sort of like a game that just kind of like had ideas. But Splatterhouse 2 was really the moment where they codified it all. They corralled it all together. Where this fun little arcade game that's gory that had a dark ending actually becomes like a story with a mythos and characters. And really, this is the moment where it became the series that we kind of know now. So whether just by the necessity of having a sequel, what else are we gonna do? I guess we'll gotta explain something. But it really does feel like this is where it really did become a series. It really became the kind of standard for the story, for the tone, for how the rest of the games would go. I mean, the other two games, but still, the continuity was formed with Splatterhouse 2.
You know, I think you're right. But sorry, Dyer, go ahead.
I was saying I can't argue with that at all.
Yeah, no, I have to agree with that. A good point that you made. Yeah, it was really only here that the Terror Mask actually became its own entity, its own character. I mean, it was laughing at the end of the first Splatterhouse that implies some sentience, but here, no, we really get into its mindset of how it... benevolent isn't really the word I would describe. I mean, obviously it sounds sinister out the gate, even if it is offering Rick a chance to save his beloved's soul and body from hell, as Oedipus did with Eurydice. But it's here that it really becomes its own character.
It has like ulterior motives. I don't know if like benevolent is really. It does become benevolent, I suppose, by the end of the third game.
Yeah,
but it's certainly like it is an untrustworthy, reluctant companion. And to your point about the mask laughing at the end of the first game, I think that's just, to me, you could also say that was just a joke at the end. We just wanted to spook you at the end. We didn't know that it was actually going to be part of the story. They kind of retconned that. I think there's an argument for, well, it was just a gag at the end, or no, they retconned that into the story. But I don't know. I think that the mask as a sinister creature with odd motives is a very interesting character.
Yeah,
This
absolutely.
is true. And Rick even says as much at the end of the game. It's the only Splatterhouse game that doesn't have branching endings, which gives a happy end, you know. But he specifically says, "But what of the mask?" You know, and then you see it go off, and it's laughing, and then it's like, as long as that mask remains, it can happen again.
Yeah.
So, unless you have anything you'd like to add, Derek, I think Merc had also said that that was his favorite of the series.
It is, and it's probably mostly because it was the first one I played, so a bit of nostalgia might be in play. But I did like I did think, like, in retrospect, like when I finally got to play the arcade version or the Turbo Graphics version, Splatterhouse 2 did feel like, a much more fleshed out title by comparison. Whereas, like, oh, okay, I played the original now, and I could see where it was going for, and it's like, and then I go back to 2, and it's like, okay, they really refined what they were doing. I always found this game kind of weird, doing research for it in retrospect, like especially in the context of Mega Drive games, because Namco, prior to this game, most of their output on the Genesis was arcade ports. And I always feel like maybe Splatterhouse 2 was supposed to be Splatterhouse, but because it was so, like, several years after the fact, maybe they thought, we can't just do a port of Splatterhouse. We should probably make an expanded version of it.
Oh yeah,
That would make sense.
I hadn't considered that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like prior to it, like the game they made like prior to this was Rolling Thunder 2, a port of that game, and that was kind of an expanded port of the arcade original.
That is true.
And then that's kind of the breaking point where it's like Splatterhouse 2, like there's not that many Namco games after on the Genesis, like. But the ones that are wholly original. They're not, ports anymore.
Yeah,
that is true too.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder 3 was a good game that Japan somehow didn't get.
I always
enough.
find that weird because
I know.
The magazines at the time were very much like, this is coming, and it never did.
Yeah, strange. But
if y'all are curious about like Japanese reception of this title, it's pretty interesting. Beat Mega Drive magazine, because I always try to bring this up whenever I can. They do a reader ranking chart every month. Fans would submit surveys and get an idea of like what games people like on a scale of 1 to 10. And it's a gigantic list. It's not like just a top 10. It's every game that the Mega Drive has that we got reviews for. And according to readers at the time, at least in the debut of the charts, it was the 39th best game out of 224 with a 7.9056 average review score, which is pretty high. We're looking at like games like Shining Force, Sonic the Hedgehog, and Lunar the Silver Star in the top 10 as a comparison point. So
yeah,
dang.
That's
and the actual reviewers of Beat Mega Drive, they gave it like 7s across the board. 7 average, which is like, in Beat Mega Drive, if you get an 8, that's good, because you're going to rarely see a 9, ever.
All seems
Hardest.
par for the course for the entire Splatterhouse series.
Kind of always the bridesmaid, but never the bride. Albeit understandably, it really feels like this game was destined to be niche from the get-go, so...
Well, it appeals to, people who love horror, first and foremost.
Yeah,
But,
this is true.
Before we move on to Splatterhouse 3, just to bring up some of the stuff that happens in that, especially the boss encounters. I mean, you don't get a lot of repeats of enemies from the original game. I mean, the boar worms are back. You get some dead men who have been burned and charred. But the bosses are pretty much all original. There's the one bloat boss. It's the first one, which that is an absolutely hilarious bit. Because you got the 2 dead men who are standing there, and then the next one runs in, and it's like, he's like, no, that psycho's coming. Let's get out of here. And they run the other way, and they're killed. And he just stands there and shakes, and when Rick walks in, he's like, oh, fuck this, I'm going to take my chances over there. And the bloat comes out.
Not only is that funny, but it also does sell the sort of chaotic evil of these grotesque flesh monsters that you're facing. You know, like the bloat is like an apex predator. It doesn't care what it eats. There's no loyalty among these bastard demons or whatever. They just consume, and they only exist to kill, and that is it. It's a shame that the boss is incredibly easy to beat, but he's the first boss, so yeah,
exactly. Then you have that blue face you mentioned really early on.
So cool.
Always struck me as being kind of like a Freddy Krueger-esque looking face.
A little. That's a good point.
But then,
and then it just barfs ectoplasm at you, and then its eyes explode when you beat it. Really cool animation.
And that's great. And then, if I remember correctly, stage 3 is the river. And
yes.
That has my absolute favorite boss in the entire game. The blood puppets.
Yeah.
But also, like, that song is so creepy.
Yeah, that one.
No, the stage boss is that
the actual river music. My bad.
Yeah.
Yes.
I love how occasionally you'll see one of the screaming Mimi corpses float by in the river.
Oh, wow. Nice touch.
And that's a really fun moment because, like, one of them, like, will jump backwards and then fall into the river and get eaten by the piranhas.
Yes.
Which not only is that classic thing of, like, you know, back in the day, old video games, they had to very cleverly explain to you mechanics of the game or the level. So it's a nice, fun cinematic moment. It's fun that you can punch them into the river and kill them that way. But it was also a way to telegraph to the player, like, don't step here. Don't do it. Jump over this.
Yeah, don't.
Hey, you're right. So
if you do that, Mike.
Go ahead, Rob.
If you fall in there, that could be your corpse floating by in the background.
Yeah, it's a nice little antipiece, so to speak. Just a brief little foreshadow of what not to do. And then, yeah, the blood puppets at the end was like taking the hanging corpse enemies from the first game and giving them a promotion and a really creepy redesign that it feels like if there was anything that like the moral guardians were protesting about regarding Splatterhouse back in the day, this might have been like the thing that they would have held up for the world to see and say this is objectionable.
It's not the like fucking fetus looking thingies hanging from ropes around their neck. It's like the two severely decomposed and obliterated corpses chained to the wall, and their blood literally pooling like a creek down the background to the foreground.
Shit, I forgot that detail. That's a really good point, actually.
I'm looking it up right now to remind myself exactly how it's looking. Oh, it's so great.
And also, really let's not forget in the classic Splatterhouse games, that's the only one you ever get to use a chainsaw, and it's right in that boss fight.
Yeah. Surprised you don't get to use it more, but yeah, and then the boss is kind of tricky at first, but you just have to learn when to duck and avoid their barf and whatnot, and they all decompose into little goo and whatnot. And then there's that inexplicable thing that just bursts out of the wall, just this really misshapen sphere of flesh that does nothing but get killed. What the hell is that?
Hello.
His death animation.
Yeah, splattering on the... It's the Splatterhouse, and that's what it does.
Yep, kind of foreshadowed the 2010 game a little bit.
Kind of.
Oh yeah, I mean when he explodes, all the blood sprays the other side of your TV screen. Next thing you know, you get this huge wave of blood that's just coming down.
Yeah.
So great.
Absolutely.
And then there's the Metamorph boss. The one that looks like a giant mutated fly. When you hit it enough, it turns into this weird four-legged spider.
That one's pretty neat. It's, It feels like it's actually kind of matching Rick at his own game at first, because he's also doing the sliding kick, which is actually an animation that's somewhat similar to Rick. And I might be looking too much into things, but is this like the evil force's attempt to sort of create their own mutant version of Rick to fight on his level or something?
It's certainly possible.
And then, of course, it turns into a spider, which is definitely not as much of it. This is a cool boss, albeit a slightly frustrating one to fight, I find at times. Sometimes I don't get it right into the pattern, and it just slides all over me, so...
Yeah, no, the game is really demanding. You need to have some pretty strong, quick reflexes to get through certain sections, and, like... Yeah,
Yes.
to get to this boss and get all the way to the spider form with more than, like, 1 or 2 hits is quite difficult, and then to beat that form without getting hit is also quite difficult, because you hit it and then it'll kind of bounce back and then run to the other side of the screen, so you almost need to like kick it and then jump backwards and then kick in midair to kick it back to that corner. You have to keep it into that corner, and you usually have to die a couple times before you realize that's kind of the pattern.
Yeah, it's maybe slightly less tough, but it does kind of have echoes of Mutant Jennifer, so...
Yeah, a little bit.
Not to mention that the part before that is the part where these blue face thingies possess you and reverse your walking direction, which... I hope I'm not the only one who has done this, but because it only switches left and right, and I can just easily move to the right by holding left, I just let them possess me instead of fighting them off.
Yeah. It's much easier.
Completely.
Absolutely. Okay, good. No, I wasn't the only one who did that. And then before that, you get chased by the Kraken in the ocean, and you gotta run on the pier, but it's a little hard to see, but there's also, like, a boat oar you can pick up as a weapon.
This is the funniest part in the entire game, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, the zombies that you hit just fly, like, into the background and splash. I love the animation so much. It's actually... It feels like that the developers knew this was funny. Like, it wasn't unintentional. At least I hope it wasn't.
You know, if you think about it, it's like the original game was more serious. 2 had those comedic moments. It's almost like they were following the progression of the Evil Dead films.
Yeah. Actually, Evil Dead probably is more apt. I was... You might call sacrilege on me for not thinking Evil Dead, but I was actually thinking Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and how relatively seriously the first one took itself. Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 is off its shits. Wow. It's a very controversial sequel because, like, some think it's just way too fucking Looney Tunes to be a valid sequel to the first, but, you know, it has, you know, Dennis Hopper just hamming his ass off. And,
that's why it's great.
Yes, exactly, and of course, Bill Moseley is Chop Top. Actually, I think pretty iconic, the most iconic character in the series beneath Leatherface, and that gives us the line, "Dog will hunt," that got sampled for Jerry Was a Race Car Driver, but I am digressing heavily here.
Yes, back to Splatterhouse 2. Oh, I can make that happen.
No, I got it.
Okay, good. Anyway, you have, you know, a couple more bosses after that. The Dr. West zombie, for one.
Which is more like a running gauntlet than a boss. But I do love how you just splatter his brains in one punch when you get to him.
Alternately, you can light him on fire.
Yeah, which is also cool. A little more effort, but hey, you can do it.
And then comes the infamous bit where you're about to descend into the void through the portal. And you get the whole wugga 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 gobble gobble gobble.
Has anyone confirmed what the hell he is actually saying, or is it just wooga gabbo or whatever the hell?
I have not. I have no idea. Derek, did you ever hear anything about that?
It's probably, I mean, voice samples on the Genesis. Like, if we look at it, like, practically, voice samples on the Genesis are very difficult to do. It's, 92?
Yeah.
They probably did not have any way of putting a voice sample outside like that. Woo! You know, so it is probably just gibberish. Also, like, why would Rick suddenly, is he reading from the book suddenly? Like, how is he... What's really going on here? I think it's just him. It's just cool that it sounds like voices are happening, and that's all that it needs to be.
Yeah, and you got a point about the voice samples. Listen to Jennifer in the opening, and it sounds nothing like the Turbo or the arcade game. And she's help me, and then screams. You know,
it's a good scream though. I will say it's actually pretty chilling.
Oh, it's like the Mask's laugh in 2.
That is true. Yes.
Lab is really good though. Mask Lab is really.
Yes. But then you fight that bunch of heads and stuff that comes out of the portal. You beat that.
I do think it might be the creepiest moment into like the sort of area where you are has these weird faces and skulls in the background, and the atmosphere just feels a lot darker than anything else you've faced. And then Jennifer pops out for a bit, but then she gets dragged back by those gangly zombies.
Yes.
And or whatever the hell they are. It's a really good place there. It feels like, oh crap, shit's getting really serious now.
Mm-hmm. And of course, when you go into the void to follow her, and eventually, once you get past all the heads that come flying at you, you finally find her encased in crystal, and then you get that stuff with the lightning bolts that happens. When you free her, she actually comes out and she's fine, and then the big crystal dude comes out, who I'm guessing is the evil one.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's been 100% confirmed, but although he's much smaller, this is we've been running with the theory that this is a, like, I guess, sort of more astral form of the evil one, who is the ostensible big bad of Splatterhouse 3. Also, I want to say the music when you fight the crystal boss, really freaking cool music. It almost doesn't feel like it's fits Splatterhouse. It's more like it's out of a fantasy game or something, but it's neat stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It feels uplifting. It feels very emotional and impactful because it is sort of like a very heartfelt, emotional moment.
Yeah, it's not too dissimilar than what I felt with the Hell Chaos music.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think, though, that this one works better because after that you have the contrast of the boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, it's like, oh shit, we gotta run. And like, oh yeah, no, that's a really good reason to run. Oh my god.
It even goes like, even that moment is like, the first time it happens, it is a, like, jolt, drop the controller moment, like, oh, I thought I beat the level. You did not beat the level,
And of course, you got all the layers of parallax with the white ghost faces going by in the background.
Oh, so
it's
cool.
Such a trippy, awesome bit. But I love the escape.
Oh, well, yeah, sorry.
But, yeah, go ahead and go on with your thought before we get to that part.
I never had a problem with how the mask was designed in the American version because I guess I only really played the American version that much.
That's cool.
And while we were talking, I was just now kind of looking at pictures of the European and Japanese, how they made the Terror mask with, like, less of a straight skull. But now I'm looking at the imagery of the Jennifer fight at stage 6, and then like this kind of closing section to stage 7. And there is sort of a motif through, like, the image of a skull kind of being a persistent, like, as though this is all part of the same kind of religion or god worship or something like that. There is kind of a uniformity with a white skull face that I think is only really present in the American version because you don't quite have the bone structure, you don't quite have the teeth and the nose holes like you do in the other design. So I would almost argue that maybe the mask in the other version does kind of look cooler, but I think lore-wise, with the imagery, then maybe it's the one in the American version is perhaps more fitting.
Yeah, I can actually see that.
Yeah,
I'm definitely still a fan of the Japanese mask, though.
Fair.
But, then you get to the escape, which is probably my favorite part. Because, first you're dodging all the falling ceiling tiles as you're going up the elevator. Yeah. And then you get on the boat and you're fighting off the Kraken.
Yeah, pretty clever boss fight. You gotta use its spike against it. Little tricky to line up the spikes to throw back, but
if you think about it, they're wooden spikes. One could say it's actually what's left of the pier it destroyed earlier. Like
that's holy crap! I never considered that. That's nice. This game really respects its own continuity. That's so cool.
Oh yeah, and then
that's also probably the hardest boss fight. But I love the subtlety of the way you have to hit the eye. Is you have to jump in the air, but you have to let go of. You have to attack while you're kind of like just past the peak of your jump, so that Rick throws the piece of pier or the quill back at it just before you hit the ground, because its eye is just above where you are, understanding, and it's a very nuanced and it's a very difficult hit, but it makes you appreciate, the game's very 2D. We see lots more combos, more interesting combat in the third game. But I think this is an example of how, even though this game's a very simple design, there's nuance and depth to a lot of the movements and attacks and jumps, and the reason this boss fight would not be so difficult if the game was in fact so simple.
That's true.
That's a very good point. Of course, we get to the final boss, which is just this massive clump of writhing heads smashed together, which I think is just a metal as fuck design.
Yeah.
And then it barfs out like Cerberus heads at you and more other flesh heads and whatnot. It's all about those heads, I guess. It's like something I had out of a nightmare once.
And tell me that song doesn't like get your blood pumping. And tell me that, like, dun 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 dun.
Yeah.
The song is amazing.
Now,
No, it absolutely is great, yeah.
that thing does have a name, and I'm trying to remember what it is off the top of my head, but I should.
Frank.
Let me see here.
And
Actually, I always hear him more as a Walter.
Sydney? I don't know.
It's the Hideous Pantheon.
Wow, that's a cool name.
Yes.
Holy shit.
Oh, and according to this, the Kraken, the Leviathan, is called Hell Tentacles.
That is also really fucking cool. I gotta ask you for these official names after the stream. That sounds great.
No problem.
I will say, I do find the boss a bit of a pain in the ass to fight. It does have a definitive pattern, but you kinda gotta solve that pattern first. It isn't super obvious at first, and I never remember what it is, and I die several times before I remember what exactly I'm doing. Even after getting through all that, like where to stand, where to punch the heads, trying to whittle down its final form, which is a somewhat goofy-looking bat head, you have to hit it several times in a row, and it flies at odd angles, but like if you don't do that in time, it reforms its massive head shell around it, and you gotta do it all over again. It is a little bit of an annoying finale, but mostly a cool one.
Yeah.
So,
But, of course, after you defeat him, then, the hidden house sinks into the lake. Rick and Jennifer are reunited. You get after that whole bit about how as long as the mask remains, this can happen again. You get a nice picture of Rick and Jennifer as the sun's rising, and credits roll, and then of course you got your stinger. Everything goes dark. That ghost face rises out of the lake and just charges the screen, and you just hear a scream, and then it's like Splatterhouse 2.
yeah, that's not too much unlike what the first game did with the mask reforming and whatnot, but it feels even goofier. Like, yeah, Splatterhouse 2 is more of the off-its-shit sequel after the first one was a lot more serious, but it feels like, yeah, as Derek said, that they were having a bit more of a surer feel of how the game's tone and overall design should be. Now, I will say I agree with Rob. This is probably relatively my least favorite of the classic series. I still like it a lot, but granted, it is iterative. Its gameplay is pretty much exactly the same as the first. But while I don't think there's any one moment that's as gruesomely difficult as Stage 5 was in the first game, I do think there are more annoying moments. I find, actually, the lake level, as much as we described it as being cool, I find Stage 3 genuinely annoying with the fucking screaming memes and the damn piranha boars, or whatever you call them. I find the boss of Stage 4 kind of a pain in the ass. I find the screaming Mimi lab in Stage 5 to be a pain in the ass. The elevator in Stage 7 annoys me, and like I said, the final boss I do find kind of a tricky pain, even when you figure out what you're doing with him. I still really, really, really like the game, and I do agree that it sells the overall setting of the series more, but as far as gameplay is concerned, I do find it just a little bit more frustrating to play than the first overall. Call that a quote-unquote skill issue, as the kids say nowadays, if you will, but It still doesn't detract that I love this game. It is absolutely not a red-headed stepchild. It absolutely deserves to be called Splatterhouse 2.
Oh, definitely. So, does anyone have anything they'd like to say before we move on to the inevitable Splatterhouse 3?
I got one last thing. So I like to talk about the mini consoles mostly in the context of curation, and Sega's Mega Drive Mini and Mega Drive Mini 2 in particular, the Japanese versions of them, because Japan doesn't get the Mega Drive or Genesis compilations that the West does, like those Genesis collections and whatever. Japan doesn't get those like very often, if at all. So it's interesting to look at those games lists. And when they were designing the Mega Drive Mini 2, one of the complaints they got from fans was that Namco games were there was only one on the first one. It was Wrestle Ball, arguably the most fan popular sports Namco game on the platform. So when they made the second one, they were made an effort to get more Namco games on there. And Splatterhouse 2 was among those.
Oh, yes.
So I look at the list of Namco games that were popular amongst fans in, Beat Mega Drive. And, Splatterhouse 2 is in a pretty good spot. It's like a 7, I guess, but it's not necessarily bad. And it's got a cult following at least, you could say. And it was it was pretty much one of the 3 or 4 that they decided to put on there. So I always thought it was neat that that game in particular, gets to shine. When we get to 3, I guess we could, I'll bring up the maybe the issues of that one. But yeah.
Yeah. How about you, Derek?
I love this game. It's honestly, it's like a top 10 favorite game of all time for me.
Nice.
Rad, man.
I don't know what more I can say about it. I think it was a game that also when I was in middle school, I kind of fell out of video games. I was like, that's something kids do. I'm all grown now. And I remember when I got to high school, I kind of rediscovered my old NES games and I kind of got back into video games again, and Splatterhouse was one of those games I got way back into. And I remember I had a job when I was 16 or 17, and I remember just all day at work I was pushing a broom in a warehouse and I was sweeping, and I had songs from Splatterhouse 2 stuck in my head. And I used to have a Nomad, and I just keep it plugged into the wall by my bed, and I would just play through Splatterhouse 2. It was I actually beat that game on the Game Master difficulty, which is 2 hits the entire game. You can there is an issue, I could say, with how memorization based so many of the bosses and so many of the encounters are. And I guess that doesn't really bother me. I'm also a huge fan of Contra Shattered Soldier, which is very very, very
Yes.
And Rocket Knight Adventures as well is very much this boss is hard until you have for this attack you have to stand here, and for this attack stand here and attack at this moment, otherwise you just can't beat this boss. It's I think it is a thing that this is not for everyone. It doesn't bother me. I know, man, Splatterhouse 2 just rules, and it's one of the few times I absolutely I played it until there was nothing left for me to play, and it meant a lot to me when I played it. Every time I go back to it, I appreciate it more and more. And it was a good game that got me back into gaming, and I've still gone back to it. And then also that it was one of my first YouTube videos and stuff like that. It's part of that oeuvre of just Splatterhouse 1 and 2. Both those games mean a lot to me, kind of for different reasons. But when the dust settles kind of evenly, I kind of love them both pretty evenly. But I do think that I think there's more in Splatterhouse 2. And I just like it a little more than Splatterhouse 1, but these two are the peak for me, and I don't know much more I could possibly say about them.
Well, I have one thing I want to add. It's a personal story. My ex-wife and I actually split up quite a bit when we were married. I won't go into that, but I will say one time that we reconciled, and it's one night, and I have both my girls. They were about 3 and 4 at the time. And they're in bed. So I decided to hook up my Genesis. I fire up Splatterhouse 2. And I'm just starting to play. And I hear noise behind me. And so I pause the game, we turn around, they're both standing there. They're both hugging their stuffed toys, and they're just looking at the screen. And they're like, what's that? It's like, oh, it's an old video game. I'm reaching for the power switch, Like, I don't want to scar my kids yet. But instead of being afraid, they're like, who's that princess? Why is her dress ripped? What's that monster? It's like, you guys aren't scared? No. It's like, oh, well, here, let Daddy tell you a little story. And I can tell you, they're actually, they don't, well, the younger of the two does more gaming these days than her older sister, but both of them, very fond memories of the entire Splatterhouse series. In fact, my oldest can be some of my best PR that I could possibly get sometimes. So they came to know Splatterhouse 2 and 3, and once I got a PC Engine again at one point, the original, very well. And they even watched me play some in 2010. So, and it, like I said earlier, they loved One Pago Graffiti. But
that's great. There is just one more thing I want to say about Splatterhouse 2, though. Unfortunately, the U.S. cover is not great compared to the cover for the first Splatterhouse.
It's fine. I don't know.
Yeah, it's goofy. It's fun, but like
kind of cheesy.
Yeah, very cheesy.
I love the little green alien octopus thing in the corner getting elbowed.
He's adorable. He's a little Scrimlow, as the kids say nowadays.
The best thing about that is the zombies in the background.
Oh yeah, those actually look pretty cool, I will say.
But
I do like the Japanese cover where like Rick has his hand like up and out, and he's like reaching for something, and Jennifer is the ghost of Jennifer is behind him.
Oh yeah, that looks
like,
fucking great. Yes,
it's like, yeah, it reminds me of Fist of the North Star. Like that's Duria behind him. It's classic.
And, on a side note about that, I was talking to Dave Wilkins, who was the lead artist on Splatterhouse 2010, way back when the game was still being developed, and his reinterpretation of that cover ended up being one of the big promotional images they used. And he told me in private that he had planned to do an entire series of recreating the Splatterhouse covers, all of them. Unfortunately, that was the only one that ever got greenlit.
Oh, well.
Still, he did a hell of a job with it.
Yeah.
Wait, he remade which one?
The Japanese Splatterhouse 2.
Oh, yeah, with the hand. Oh, yeah, and like his hand is like all, like bloodied up.
Yes. And, of course, it's the new Jennifer in the background as opposed to the classic.
Yeah, okay, here it is. Yeah, I'm looking at it now. Okay. Yeah.
But moving on to Splatterhouse 3, which I think is probably the most divisive out of the original games. It was in development, I think, at the same time as 2. And one thing they didn't skimp on with that was the presentation. Because they just knocked that out of the park and then some.
Yeah.
And as far as the gameplay, it was definitely a change-up. I referred to it as horror's answer to Streets of Rage.
That's
But there's a couple of issues with it. One is the fact that it takes Rick so damn long to recover after he gets knocked down. It just takes forever.
That sound annoys me, I will say.
And then the time limit. It goes too quickly, especially with the delay after getting knocked down or dying.
I guess that is part of the challenge henceforth, but it can be annoying on a bad day.
Yeah, I mean, it is doable. I've gotten all the endings in it. And that's one thing, too. Depending on... Because at this point, it's like 10 years after the second game. Rick and Jennifer are married. They've got a son named David. And Rick, for some reason, is... according to the American Instruction Manual, he became a successful commodities broker on Wall Street and bought a mansion in Connecticut. You'd think after his experiences he would stay the fuck away from mansions, But
he became rich. His IQ immediately bottomed out as a result. I have no sympathy.
Well, I don't know. I don't recall the story of the Japanese one. It just kind of seems to be that they've been taken to a mansion and he goes in to get them. After the and the Terror Mask, that's been completely redesigned to its pretty much best form. And
It looks so cool. Yeah.
And it really amps up the mask is sentient thing, because it actually has full conversations with you. Not to the degree it does in Splatterhouse 2010, but in between stages, if you wander aimlessly, you will surely be lost. Yes, but
yeah. I have always wondered about the logistics of Rick purchasing a very conspicuous, gigantic mansion that also has a basement that apparently seems to be like half sewer. Like, that already seems kind of suspicious out the gate.
Yeah.
I was also somewhat under the theory that when the evil forces or whatever came around, that they also kind of warped the house, kind of like the whole Creature of Chaos thing with Dracula's castle. Was that ever confirmed, or did he just buy a really suspiciously giant, creepy house?
Well, it depends on which version you're talking about.
Gotcha.
They've never confirmed either way. I will say it's got some good music, and it actually has a full few seconds of actual full motion video in the intro. There's this one bit where you see Jennifer and she turns slightly to face the screen. And
yeah,
also there's like the eyes, her eyes like getting recoiled. Both of her eyes get recoiling in fear.
Yeah, so it's like there's that basically it's like a torso, like a torso shot of her, and she's just turning, and that blew me away when I first saw it.
Yeah, at this point in the 90s, digitized graphics were purported to sort of be like the big new thing in video game presentation, maybe due in part to Mortal Kombat's success, I'm not sure.
I would say
nowadays it looks... What's that?
I would say that's a definite.
Yeah, I mean, MK was at least huge in the West. It obviously didn't take off as much in Japan, but... like, they seemed pretty neat for the time. Nowadays, I think most of them just look really gauche and chintzy and what have you. But Splatterhouse 3, for its use of digitized graphics, is somehow very effective and very creepy, in my opinion. I don't know how they pull that off.
That's a good question. I do like the fact there are so many little hidden details in the game. Like, there are 3 paintings scattered throughout the mansion, which are done by the Spanish, I think he was Spanish anyway, painter Francisco de Goya, I think it was.
I think it was just Goya, not D, but I might be wrong.
Whatever the case, but I can't remember. But the first one you encounter is the woman, and when you get up to her, all of a sudden you see those 3 claw marks go right across it, and blood starts spilling out, which is great. There's the bit, I think, on the 3rd floor where you encounter the ghostly little girl playing the piano, and when you get closer, she turns into a hideous screaming skull and flies off. And there's that part in, I think it's stage 5, where you encounter what looks like a ghostly version of Rick, and when you approach it, it just melts into the ground as the evil one laughs.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of like, yeah, you're screwed, buddy.
Yeah, 3 is rife with details as per how its overall layout is constructed. Because like, it is now what we would colloquially call a belt scroller, like in the vein of Final Fight or Streets of Rage or what have you. But at the same time, it also introduces more of a semi-nonlinear adventure element. Like, I mean, I guess we saw kind of shades of this with the multiple paths you could take in Stage 5 of the original, but now they really massively expanded that so that almost every stage is now its own massive interconnected map with several doors that go several places, and you have to try and figure out, or at least deduce or guess what the best route might possibly be, and it might not always be the most direct route. Like Apu said, the express line is the fastest line, not always. That you might find some sort of weird non-Euclidean shortcut somewhere, or like the most direct path has much more stronger enemies in it. I can say I don't think I've seen everything this game has to offer, because I usually am linear idiot who always does just go for the shortest path when possible, but that this game has as much to explore as it does is really neat, but also, time limits, so that is also kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, and one of a couple of negatives about it, besides stuff we already mentioned, is like the fact there are one-way doors. So if you go through the wrong door at one point, you're kind of screwed. You got to find the long way around.
That is very damned annoying. Yes, it's one of those things that you kind of have to bite the bullet on at first, and then learn to avoid that later. But that degree of trial and error is kind of annoying, especially when the most horrifying image ever put onto a Genesis cartridge awaits you if you fuck up stage 2.
Yeah, and definitely stage 2. And on top of that, also, you get a weapon, you might use it for 3 seconds, you get knocked down, and that stupid poltergeist comes down, steals your weapon, and it brings you to some room, which is probably off the beaten path somewhere.
Yeah, the idea
that right there kind of encapsulates everything I think that prevents Splatterhouse 3 from being like, this game should be a stone cold classic. This game should be absolutely the peak of the series. But the balance of it is just so terrible. The time limit makes it so impossible. Like the couple of the bosses later in the game, they basically block your every attack unless you have a weapon. And you have like this 3-4 room gauntlet. And if you get hit once, the ghosts take your weapon, and you're just basically screwed. I've never actually beaten Splatterhouse 3 without using like cheats or using passwords.
Speaking of passwords, a while back, and I do mean a long while back, I actually managed to unlock every password to something called Stage X, the Strange Zone, which apparently is a zone you can only get to if you take the shortest route and defeat the boss as quickly as possible in any given stage. And it's a weird little bonus stage where you just beat up enemies and get extra lives.
Yeah.
If you do it really, really well, you get rewarded with extra lives you probably don't need.
No, you might.
It is sort of a rich get richer thing that is somewhat annoying, but yeah, I have seen. The strange thing is there are actually 2 versions of a Stage X that you can potentially run into. Like in the first stage, if you do pretty well, you will get to a shorter version of Stage X where you fight a few of those like sort of bloated, fat corpse-like enemies with the giant gaping mouths, and one of them gives you a book, which is the bonus life icon in this, so you get like another extra life or 2 or whatever if you do that. However, if you manage to beat the first stage really, really quickly, then the monster or whatever that would normally infect Jennifer for the second stage actually does not reach her. She's actually completely safe. You save her before you get to that. If you manage to do that, you actually get to a different Stage X, which is much larger than the other, than the smaller, the sort of more bonus-esque version, and it is notably quite a bit tougher, but I mean, I think if you get to this Stage X early on, you meet those damn floating phantom things.
Oh god, those things.
They suck, yes. I think you can get more extra lives here if you are willing to deal with the more difficult enemies. And also, getting to this Stage X completely skips Stage 2. You just go right on to Stage 3 from here.
Really?
Yeah. There's no reason to go to Stage 2 if Jennifer was saved.
Yeah, exactly. Now, the thing is, I don't know where this larger Stage X also pops up, like, also if it happens if you manage to beat level 3 quickly or whatever, or if you even can do that for other levels. I don't know. I usually don't beat Stage 3 with a lot of time left. That one's annoying, but, that's a very interesting sort of secret that I'm really going to have to research more about how it works, but, it does kind of feel like a sort of, like, modern-day, I hate to use this word, but like a modern-day creepypasta, like, oh, hey, I played this one level and I was in this weird music that had that creepy Stage 2 stage playing and wait, no, I didn't see that. Or like every copy of Splatterhouse is personalized and it's feeding off of your brainwaves or some bullshit like that. I don't know.
Well, if anyone's interested, I just posted a link to all those passwords.
Nice.
So, oh hey Al. Hey, we got a raid
Oh, cool.
coming from LDP.
Oh, no.
And sorry, so tired, but thanks for joining us, Al.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you very much.
And, but yeah, I just did post the link to all the Stage X passwords I had. Oh, Kurumi's here too. Nice. Thank you for the raid. So, considering all that, we discussed most of the negatives in Splatterhouse 3. But then you get to the positives. Like, okay, yeah, some of the bosses block everything, but they're so damn cool. Like, heck, just look at Mike's boss. The teddy bear.
Yep.
Yeah, no, exactly, yeah.
Oh, and the giant boar worm from Stage 2, the one that infects Jennifer.
Yeah, when it's like every boss has like a mid-level transformation after you. Actually, every enemy does that. When you beat them up enough, their sprite changes and they're a lot more bloody and fucked up looking. And it's a lot more drastic for the bosses, like the first stage boss, the giant eater or whatever. Its entire head falls off, and then a giant bloody hand reaches out from its neck cavity now. And then the boar worm queen, or whatever you call it, its head also explodes, and in its place is just a massive writhing pile of maggots. It kind of nauseates me.
Yeah.
And like I mentioned earlier, the Teddy boss just like kind of flies around and headbutts you like E Honda. And it seems not so bad at first, and then the demon tears out of it, and it is running you over with that really weird looking running on its hands animation, which is so cool. And the fourth boss is a fetus that electrifies you before bursting into some massive mouthed centipede-ish monster as well. That's pretty neat. I do like the creature design quite a bit in this one. Like those annoying sliding bird demons, I at least think they look pretty neat.
Let's not forget the evil one, of course. Speaking of bosses.
Yeah, the sensible big bad, possibly the same guy that chased you out of hell in Splatterhouse 2. He's definitely smaller now, but he's at least more towering than Rick. He's just like this glowing dark blue Adonis who has a pretty neat and understated design. Instead of looking as bloody and mangled as everything does, he really looks more ethereal and otherworldly, like... I don't even know what would be a good comparison here.
But I'll tell you,
it's pretty interesting.
Before we get into the final boss, I do want to discuss probably the biggest gameplay change beyond just changing to a belt scroller, which is the ability to power up into the quote-unquote mutant Rick form.
A literal change, yes.
Mm-hmm. Now, you got a couple of extra moves. You can do headbutts, you can do chokeholds and whatnot. And you can do that spinning kick, which makes things so easy.
Oh, yeah, I did want to sidebar a bit on that, but I'll let you go first.
Well, when you do that spinning kick move with the mutant Rick, it's probably the coolest move ever, because all those bits of his flesh just explode out of his body, like they're all, and just whack everything around you.
It's like, if Rick was a character in a fighting game, that would be like his level 3 ultra super move or whatever.
Although, it's not the most handy. The most handy is when you actually get the enemy in a grab, and you jump up in the air, and you just come down and basically head slam him into the ground.
Yeah, he'd be a grappler. He'd be the Zangief equivalent of that game. Sorry, I've been playing a lot of Street Fighter 6 lately. I kind of have it on the brain.
I think a lot of people have. But, of course, then we get to the final boss, and what is ultimately revealed to be the big shocking twist in this game, which is the fact that you've taken out the evil one. Now the Terra Mask declares its true intentions and basically tells you it's used you as a pawn this entire time.
Oh, golly gee, he was evil, the thing that looked even more satanic in this game than in any other game before. Wow, shock.
Now, along the way, there's also this subplot about the Dark Stone that apparently a psychic child can go ahead and unlock the powers of it, which is why they want David. So I remember theorizing at one point that they were testing Rick and Jennifer to see if they had potential to actually bear a psychic child who could do this. So they were playing the long game.
Wow.
But
fucked up if true.
Yeah, but they didn't. I don't think they had all that planned, so I think it just developed. But to sum up the Terror Mask fight, because you do fight a physical version of the mask who takes over what's left of the evil one after you kill it. A couple friends of mine had a chat one night, and I heard about this afterwards. And he was telling her about how cool the boss fight was at the end of Splatterhouse 3. And it's like, it's a really cool fight. You should fight the Terror Mask. And she's like, oh, wait a minute. Does that mean you're punching yourself in the face?
Yeah, and also I have to bring up the logistic weirdness of the fact that even if you are fighting the mask now souped up and whatnot, you also are still wearing the mask somehow. So
Yeah.
Is this like a ghost of the mask? Like its physical power is still on you, but this was like the evil spirit or whatever that extracted? Or is this like a battle in Rick's mind or some weird shit like that? Like I know we'll never get a full answer, but it's just
I guess
weird.
it's like you're in some kind of weird. Wait, do you fight the evil one in the same arena, the same kind of like desert moon?
No, you fight him in what looks like a mirrored room almost. So, in a way, that could actually be what really happens.
Yeah, you got the evil one with like quick pillars and it's dark.
Mm-hmm.
And so maybe you are fighting the mask in like your mind.
It would make sense.
Yeah, that's the only theory that I think works, because like potentially if you lose, I can imagine him just fully taking over Rick's body. Bad end. See you next time.
Yeah, and of course, depending on if you save Rick or save David and Jennifer, then you have 4 different endings you can get. The best one being is if you save them both, and the mask actually is like, can't see, can't hear, I'm dying, and it explodes, and Rick goes back to his family.
Yeah.
Most depressing one is where they both die. Alone,
well,
all alone.
It's almost putting too fine a point on it, but yeah, that was interesting.
We get to see Rick without his mask, though. That's the only time before the remake we got to see him without his mask.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And
crazy.
Now, as a parent myself, the bit where you save Jennifer but not David, that's kind of her reaction is like, Rick, where's David? No.
Ooh, yeah, no, that really punches.
On the flip side, when you save David but not Jennifer, and David's like, Daddy, where's Mommy?
Ouch.
Yeah.
That's not much better.
So,
dang, man.
Anyway, we've gone on about this at length, so Derek is, what do you think of 3? Beyond what you've already said.
I don't like Splatterhouse 3. I feel like
cool.
And this is where like I think the style does so much, but like it's just not a fun game to play. It's like I get about to stage 2 or 3 and I'm like, yeah, I'm good. This is just not well balanced. There's so many neat ideas here, and I feel like they like really I feel like you could ROM hack this game and fix a couple of the things and just balance the health, change some sprites, remove some animations, that type of thing. This game is almost amazing because for a brawler, like as a response to Final Fight Streets of Rage, this game is absolutely fantastic.
Oh yeah.
What it does with story, what it does for a horror game. It's open world and all these cool secrets and all this great style. Really good music, good looking game. But hard to a fault. Really to get anywhere in the game you have to master the the spinning kick of death, which is really kind of difficult to pull off consistently. But like also that attack is like kind of like bullshit easy. Like it's too powerful sometimes. And for me, I just felt like the difficulty in Splatterhouses 1 and 2 was earned, and you were given all the tools and the ability within the controls and all that stuff to overcome all the difficult set pieces they threw at you. This game just feels unfair and not fun. And so it really does break my heart to say that like it's my least favorite of all of them.
Well, Derek, I do have to agree with you that the difficulty of the game pretty much lives and dies on whether or not you can do the spin kick consistently. I did eventually learn it to do it with some regularity, but like at that point, the game then feels too easy. Like it's you just kind of walk over it if you can and times go much faster. The motion is actually slightly different. I think there's like one more additional button you need to press if you're doing the guts explosion, but if you could do that with consistency too, it's like, nothing. You got it made. The only challenge I find is that the spider dog demons and those fucking cloaked phantom jackasses that I hate can still be pretty annoying to deal with. Cool design, just they do way too much fucking damage in a single hit. But
There needs to be more balance in that game. But
yeah, reportedly the Japanese version actually does make your normal hits more powerful, but it nerfs the spin kick. I don't know if that makes the game feel better overall.
I did, because I've talked at length about how much I don't like this game, and a couple of fans have been like, no, you gotta play the Japanese version. And I did stream it like many years ago, and it is
Didn't do much
a
better.
little more fair with this difficulty, but it still has a lot of problems, and it's a slightly better version, but not it's. There's so many cool ideas in this game, and it's just unfortunate that like the combat just sucks and the balance just blows, and it really just undercuts the style and the great interesting story, and there's so much good here. I just wish that like the rest of it didn't suck.
That's kind of like. Yeah, that's pretty ironic that, we were talking about how the style of the first game sold it so much, even if its gameplay is kind of basic. Now it's like the style is even more lavish, but the gameplay has arguably gone in a bad direction, and now it's a deal breaker on your end, which I as much as I do like 3, you actually have me thinking now whether or not I like 2 or 3 more, because for all that 3 does right, yes, its gameplay has been changed enough, and possibly for the worse. Like, it tries to be too different from the other games, but it doesn't quite, it doesn't quite adjust for continental drift, so to speak.
But it needed to. Like I don't begrudge this game for being different, because I do think that you guys made some points about how Splatterhouse 2 is very iterative. It is literally Splatterhouse 1 again. And this was I think going in the brawler direction and taking out the platforming aspect was the smart way to go. Absolutely, that was the way to go, and also to add in the open world aspect of it, so it isn't just a typical walk to the right and punch dudes like a Double Dragon, or a Final Fight or a Streets of Rage. They do such a good job of making an interesting brawler. It's just that the game that they made, I don't like. I like what they were trying to do, and I think what they were trying to do was the right thing, and it was brilliant. The execution is just so off for me.
Yeah.
Well, it's no Streets of Rage 2, I'll give you that.
So, but then again, really, what is? I mean,
this is true. That said, Merc, you have anything you'd like to say about Splatterhouse?
So I pretty much echo everything Derek mentioned about the game. And here's something weird about this game. Like, it got a very quick turnaround time compared to, when it came to the, its release compared to Splatterhouse 2, because it only took like there's a 7-month gap in Japan between Splatterhouse 2 to Splatterhouse 3. I'm wondering how much of this game felt, I guess, rushed, because Splatterhouse 3 ends up being one of the last games Namco publishes in Japan for the Mega Drive. The US and Europe get a couple more, but Namco was pretty much done. I'm wondering if there was like a tight turnaround because of like, hey, we're done with the Mega Drive. Wrap this up. We're gonna move on to like maybe the PlayStation's around the corner. We need to get ready for that. The other thing is, the brawler jump is interesting to me because it comes out a few months after we just mentioned it, Streets of Rage 2. That's kind of a hard act to follow, to be honest. Like, Streets of Rage 2 as a total package, presentation, music, gameplay, all that. It's like leaps and bounds beyond, like, what other brawlers you'd see on the consoles at the time. And so here comes Splatterhouse 3 doing its open world thing, which is kind of neat, but it doesn't quite... This is kind of why I feel like maybe this was a little rushed, which is weird because then, like, the US version of this game was released, like, several months after. And I'm thinking, like, it fell victim to one of those... we need to beat the rental market things, and they made like maybe up the difficulty as a result.
Yeah, it's a definite possibility.
Agreed.
That sounds. I mean, that absolutely happened for Streets of Rage 3, but yeah, I could see that being present here, even if it's more subtle.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as far as contemporary Japanese opinion in Beat Mega Drive, initial opinions seem to be a lot better than Splatterhouse 2 was, at least initially. The June 93 issue debuted the game in 59th place out of 284 games with a 7.923 average.
Not bad at all.
Splatterhouse 2 at the time was at 95 with a 7.4513. Now, that was initially. By the time you get to the last issue, it's flipped. Splatterhouse 2 ends up ranking a little higher than Splatterhouse 3, like, overall opinion-wise. But... it's still within the sevens range, so it's like not considered a bad game. It's hanging in there with some Stone Cold classics like Granada and Toe Jam and Earl. Like they like Toe Jam and Earl a little bit over there. And one of my personal favorites, Two Crude Dudes.
Oh yeah.
And and that's another thing I think about when it comes to Splatterhouse. Like folks look at like Streets of Rage 2 as like this kind of like apex of brawlers of the belt scroller. I kind of always saw Splatterhouse as like the apex or like the top end of what you can do with the side scrolling brawler. The Kung Fu Masters lineage style of game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's an interesting perspective. Like that Splatterhouse had mastered that. But unfortunately, that type of action game wasn't popular anymore. I guess Namco felt like they had to sort of get with the times and make something more akin to Final Fight or Streets of Rage or whatever else Capcom was doing. I mean, I believe 93 was also the year that Capcom had Cadillacs and Dinosaurs and The Punisher in arcades, too. Fucking fantastic beat-em-ups.
Oh, yeah.
But I guess they just didn't really... like, they probably did rush to sort of jump on the bandwagon, and the end result ended up a little bit unpolished. I absolutely will not fault 3 for swinging for the fences, and yes, I do appreciate that it mixed up its formula to the extent that it did, but yeah, Derek and Mercury are correct. There's a lot about this game that feels weird. Like, Worm the Wind asked earlier, for example, I recall seeing some opinions that it's not worth going into mutant mode, and that Rick's 4-string combo is better than mutant version's 3-string because there's less delay per swing. I think you are actually right about that. The mutant form is very unwieldy. It's better if you can grab the opponent consistently, but depending on what opponent you're facing, that can be a little bit tricky to manage. And like, yeah, the mutant form is more unwieldy. The guts explosion is harder to do consistently than the spin kick. And what really fries me about the transformation in this game is that if you activate it, but then you beat all the enemies in the room, you instantly lose your entire POW gauge, which I think that's kind of bullshit. I think it would be more prudent to be able to maybe make the gauge run out faster, but be able to use it consistently as is between rooms, because usually I just save it for the boss, and considering how much slower Mutant Rick is, I'm not sure if it's worth doing that. As another note, I think that as tricked out as Rick is in that form, you think he'd get more defense resistance, like he takes less damage or he doesn't get knocked over as easily. No, he's as fragile as he is in normal mode, which is also kind of bullshit thinking about it. So
Yeah.
You know, I do think that the mutant transformation, while a very cool idea, a nice new thing to add to the game in theory that sort of shows what they tried to evolve with in making 3, it ultimately ended up kind of half-assed, and I think is sort of a very front and center appearance of how sort of rushed and ultimately half-baked 3 feels. Again, it is a game that I like a lot, but I do actually have to question now whether or not I like it more than 2. Derek and Merc have given me some food for thought here, so I don't know. It's got problems, let's just say that.
Yes.
Now, actually, Merc, you kind of got me thinking about it, and I had to look it up. So this game came out in '93. Yeah, like Ridge Racer was '93, and Tekken was '94.
Yeah.
So
right.
I do think that there may be some there might be some prudence to the idea. Like, there are some people within Namco going, why are we still on? Why are we not more on the arcade? Why are we doing 2D? What are we doing on the Masters on the Mega Drive? No, pull your men off this. I need you on Tekken. You know, we need to be working on Cyber Sled and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So it does feel like it was the rental thing. It was okay. We need to make this game stupid, crazy hard for the American rentals, because I do think, Mike, that in the Japanese version of Splatterhouse 3, when you finish a room when you run Mutant Rick, you keep like a quarter or half of it or something like that.
Oh shit! I didn't know that.
I think so. That's the thing, is the Japanese version does have little changes like that. I don't recall all of them, but it is, the Japanese version is balanced differently, and it feels like the changes they made to it are like, oh, the rental market, we have to make it harder.
Yeah.
I see.
Now,
Damn, I really do have to play the Japanese version at some.
well, before we move on, I just want to go ahead and mention a couple of things here. First of all, this was the only Splatterhouse game I ever saw mentioned on anything having to do with the United States government.
Yeah.
Oh yes,
The 1993 violence in video game hearings.
This is one of the things back when I first found West Mansion that just fascinated me and also made me roll my eyes back into my skull. Oh my god.
Yes, Lieber, the Democrat senator from Connecticut at the time, was spearheading the whole thing into, why are we letting these games out here with all the violence and the graphic sex? They seriously actually said that. But in the middle of this heated discussion about Night Trap and Mortal Kombat and all this other stuff, at one point, he says that he was talking to, I think, Attorney General Dan Lundgren from California or something like that. And he passed along this ad to me by this company called Namco. I see there are licensors. And it says here, Splatterhouse 3 is the kind of games that rating systems were made for. And he basically called out the Sega guy, saying, you think that's cool? They're making a mockery or rating system? Oh, and of course, the guy from Sega was doing his best to do damage control. And he brought up a good point about how it's like, I don't think the Motion Picture Association has anything to do with how individual studios market their films. But this is why we need this rating system. Honestly, that whole thing was a hit job by Nintendo anyway. At least that's my theory. But the other thing...
You're biased.
Hey, what can I say? I stuck with Sega until the very end. I stopped with Nintendo after the Super NES.
Okay.
But
fair.
The other thing was, when Splatterhouse 3 came out, I was between jobs, so I didn't have money. So what I did was I took my Game Gear, my entire collection of games, brought it down to this local game store that I knew, traded the whole thing away for Splatterhouse 3. Don't regret it.
Ooh.
Besides, I got my favorite Game Gear game back years later on the Master System, which was Master of Darkness.
Ooh, that's a good
That's
one.
a pretty good one. Yeah.
And
Good old Dr. Ferdinand Social.
Yes.
Hero of our times.
world's dumbest video game name character. It's got a new contender right there with him. But I digress.
Yeah.
To briefly go into the Splatterhouse LCD game that was released in Japan and Europe. It's a lot like the Tiger games that a lot of you may remember or even maybe own, but a little better quality. I'm not sure who here has played it besides myself and Mike.
Yeah, I've not played it. One of these days, that's like, I'm gonna just treat myself and pull out the credit card and be like, no, I'm going on eBay, and I'm gonna like, I don't care if it's gonna be like this is the one time I'm buying $500 or something like that. And like,
Yeah.
I'll have it one day, but it's not happened yet.
How about you, Merc?
No, this is I've always been more familiar with Tiger's offerings. You know, they're great quality offerings, like, you know, the Street Fighter LCD game and the Mortal Kombat one, and etc.
I still remember Konami's ones from that time.
Oh, dang.
In fact, I think we had the one that was just called C. Guess what that is?
Contra?
Cheating? Very unsuspicious.
Yeah, but
See the Contra Adventure?
nope, just C. But it very clearly had the NES box cover art on it.
Oh, wow.
Not Super C,
C.
just C.
Yes.
It wasn't super enough.
No.
Oh, no.
No.
It was
yeah.
definitely not super enough. But as far as this game is, you basically have 3 tiers. You have to avoid the bats on the first level, climb up the ladder that comes down, avoid the hanging corpses on the next one, then get up to the top and actually kill Biggie Man so you can be reunited with Jennifer. That's the entire game. There's
Yeah,
really
pretty neat, though.
not much more to it.
Yeah, I did beat it once. I just don't remember very much from it, but was pretty neat. I mean, it was technically kind of, sort of... Well, it absolutely was Rob's copy that I had, but...
Yes. And thank you for returning that to me.
Which I didn't think to do until earlier, but better late than never.
Exactly. I will say that I got my copy as a gift from, in the early days of West Mansion, from a fan. So that was super cool of them. I wish I remembered who it was. But if you're out there and listening right now, thank you so much. Because...
Oh, I kind of have a similar story about somebody being very kind
Really?
with my Splatterhouse collection.
Okay.
Ooh.
It's brief. But so I had Splatterhouse 1 on TurboGrafx, and my brother had gotten from, a liquidation sale. And this was like around 2001, I believe. I was going on eBay all the time to look at the prices of the games, and I found somebody who was selling Splatterhouse 2 and 3 factory sealed. And I want to say it was something like $50, $60, but that was a starting. So I was just watching to see, I was going to try and snipe it at the end if it wasn't going to get too expensive. And I think about like 2 or 3 days before the auction ended, the guy pulled it. It just vanished one day. And I actually reached out to him and I was like, hey, I was waiting to see how that auction would go. He's like, yeah, I didn't get any kind of attention for it, so I just pull it down. And I did the thing that you're not ever supposed to do on eBay. And he said, well, I'll just sell it to you. Send me the money, and I'll send you the games. And I'm like 16, 17 at the time, and I'm like, oh boy. And I think I sent him like $60, $70. Couldn't have been that much. But that guy was cool. He was legit, and he sent me Splatterhouses 2 and 3, factory sealed, brand new, and he did not need to do that. He could have kept the money and been like, what?
Yeah.
But I have those games to this day, and I've kept them as in perfect condition if I can. Even though I don't even really like Splatterhouse 3, I still have it to this day, and so that guy is the reason why I was able to make these videos and kind of get the word out there for what little contribution I did to the Splatterhouse franchise. But
Little contribution.
yeah, really cool moment.
Yeah, that's really cool, man. I actually, if I'm not mistaken, I also got 2 and 3 together at, not too far from where I was, there was a Funko Land, rest in peace, but that was a really awesome chain that offered games at the time new and relatively old, and for reasonable prices, as I remember. I remember Dragon Warrior 4 cost a lot, but of course it did. And I remember actually at the Funko Land that they had a Sega Genesis as a display as one of their, demo things to play, and they had fucking Splatterhouse 3 on demo, and I found it really cool that I was playing it. And what do you know, they actually had both 2 and 3 in their Genesis bin. Unfortunately, 2 was just the cart, and also art was a little bit beat up, but hey, the game still worked nice. 3, however, actually did have a box. I don't remember if it had a manual too, but yeah, I managed to get that box, and notably, you know, going with the Lieberman thing is also an early game that actually had the MA13 rating on it.
Yeah, Sega's rating system.
Yep, and I will just say quickly that I actually I got a Genesis finally in 2002 after having completely missed out on it in the 90s, but better late than never. And you know, at that time I wanted to build up my collection, so I got Splatterhouse 2 and 3. I enjoyed 2 quite a bit. I put in 3, and then I beat the first stage, and then I dilly-dallied on the second stage and saw the half-transformed Jennifer with the boar worm in her skull, and I was like, it was actually pretty late at night when I first played it, and I was like, I don't know, 11 or 12 or so, and I was still a little bit of a scaredy cat even at that age, so I just got there, I was like, okay, I'm done for tonight, and then just turned the thing off, and then didn't get back to it again for a couple days, but yeah, I went back and cleared it eventually. I actually was so creeped out by that image that I didn't even realize there's an even more transformed form of her, which is also quite disturbing. So
yeah. Well, also somewhere along the way, don't know when this was supposed to happen, there was supposed to be a sequel to Unpopular Graffiti, and this only just turned up in the recent Namco Museum of Art video about Splatterhouse.
Holy shit! Really?
Yeah. Yes, there are actual pieces of artwork they showed off in that video. And for that matter, I know back a year or two after I started West Mansion, there was starting to be talk about a Splatterhouse coming out for next-gen consoles. Whatever that meant at the time, which I guess was what, PS2, Xbox. So, well, we all thought it was just a rumor, and then in the same video, pictures turned up of that. And it was very unique design for the characters. If no one's seen any of those, I'm going to go ahead and post a link in the chat so you can check them out.
Oh, yes, definitely. Wow, I'm only just now learning this. So cool, that could have been a thing. Really a shame we missed out on it, but if we did get it, I would have hoped that they would have called it Wanpak 2 Graffiti.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That earned that. But yeah,
I did that to myself. I'm just fishing for being a jerk right now.
If you scroll down the page I'm about to link to, you'll find them under Canceled Wanpak Graffiti Sequel and Canceled Splatterhouse 2003 Reboot. So,
God, I wonder if that had anything to do with the weird Altered Beast remake that happened for PS2. If that old rivalry was still there.
oh boy.
When we brought up Altered Beast earlier, I didn't want to mention it, but that game unfortunately existed.
There's a reason it never made it to the US.
Yep.
Thank shit.
But you know, this early PlayStation 2 era, this kind of lines up with like that whole phase of like we're bringing back old franchises, and you know, for the new audience, like Shinobi got a new game.
Oh yeah,
and Ryder got a new game. That
kind was great. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I feel like maybe Namco was toying with the idea, like, you know, like, yeah, like these other, you know, companies are taking their old arcade titles and, you know, sprucing them up for the new generation.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, maybe it was like they saw what happened to Altered Beast and they're like, maybe we shouldn't do this.
Well, in this particular case, what we're about to talk about, I have to take the bull by the horns here because out of everyone here, I was pretty closely involved with the project. This would have been, the initial announcement was made in 2008, although development started in 2007, of the game that eventually became known as Splatterhouse 2010. Apparently, I was talking to Dan Tovar, the producer. He'd told me at one point that Namco was looking for like a mature kind of game they could do, something horror related, and they were wanting ideas. And he and one of the other producers were like, we have the Splatterhouse series we've been sitting on, why don't we use that? And they gave it the green light. And then things started to get murky. Because they announced it in EGM in 2008, and I remember getting that news. People were starting to email me left and right. And it's like, oh shit, I think I'm about to be very busy. And I was not wrong.
Yeah.
And then came the big thing. I got 2 emails in a row. One came from someone named Dave Wilkins. And he claimed to be the lead artist. He said he'd done the cover for EGM, and he wanted to talk to me fan to fan after more news about the game had been posted. I'm like, okay, this is interesting. And then I got one addressed directly from Namco Bandai. And that was from the PR guy at the time, Kit Ellis. And he said, hey, we see you picked up on the fact that we're working on a new Splatterhouse game. Well, we wanted to get in touch with you and hook you up with some cool content for your site. We've been consulting it since the project began, and it's been very useful. So, about that point, my jaw just kind of dropped. And it's like, wait a minute. So out of everything they could have emailed me about, they said they like the site, they've been using it as a resource, and they want to hook me up.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, in fact, Mike, you were there on the moon when I posted this news.
Yeah, I think both our heads were kind of exploding at that point.
Yes, your head was, in particular, you were just like, this is exactly what I fucking said would happen, and now it's happening.
I made that call. Cool.
Yeah, because you were like, imagine what would happen if you get involved in this, and you could add, like, paid fan site webmaster to your resume or something like that. And sure enough, yeah, that was it. Our friend Sam was actually very jealous. He'd worked with Capcom a little bit on a couple of the compilations of Future Strider. He was the guy that ran the Lightsword Cypher mainframe. But when he found out exactly what I was going to be getting, he was super happy and a little jealous. And from there, it was a roller coaster ride.
Oh, Jesus, you're not kidding.
I mean, first, Bottle Rocket Designs, or whatever the name was involved with that. But apparently, there was all this mismanagement going on behind the scenes. On top of that, they were reading our forum and kind of telling us what we wanted to hear. At least the head of the company was. As I understand it, the nuts and bolts guys who were working on it, they were the ones who were serious about this. But this guy was coming up with all sorts of weird shit for the game. It had like nothing to do with Splatterhouse. And they were also spending Namco's money on other projects. So eventually Namco got wind of it, and they just actually walked into Bottle Rocket's headquarters one day, yanked all their dev kits, and said, you're done. And they brought it in-house. And this is where the game stumbled, I think. Because they were this close to the original release date, which was 2009. And they had to go ahead and basically, according to Dave, yank out as much of the bullshit as they could and replace it with actual Splatterhouse kind of stuff. And they only had so much time to do it in. And as such, there's a lot of stuff that was left in the code, which led to things like extremely long load times and various glitches, audio dropouts, things like that. But there was other stuff they had to cut completely, including an entire subplot about the Spanish captain who found the Terror Mask originally. And the original last boss wasn't even in the game. It was supposed to be this Lord Thule. But, and, well, that's not actually true. He was in the game, but he was completely non-interactive. So, and the game debuted to mixed reviews. It was, the critics just tore it apart. And their attitude was like, well, Namco sent us plenty of promo stuff, but no checks, and we're in a pissy mood about it now, so we're going to rip this game a new one.
Yeah, I forget, was this actually before the whole Jeff Gersman Hoogerbrug erupted over Kane and Lynch? No, I think that was actually a couple years prior.
Yeah, I think that was like 2008.
Yeah.
Because that was when Giant Bomb started as a result of that. And I think it was
exactly.
2008.
Yes.
But as far as it went from there, there was also a shakeup at Namco Bandai Japan at the top, and apparently the new president they brought in did not like American developers. He wanted nothing to do with this game, and they pretty much dumped it on the market with little fanfare and just collected whatever money they get off it, and they called it a. They canceled half the DLC that was in the works. Any other plans they had for stuff was canceled, and it was like a Pyrrhic victory for us. We got to see a reboot, actually, but at what cost? So, and on top of that, they left it with a cliffhanger. which has never been resolved.
Yeah.
Kind of implying that the Jennifer turn was going. And all right, I don't know if I read this on the West Mansion or someplace else, but I remember hearing that the DLC was going to be called My Bloody Valentine, and it was implied that like the Jennifer twist was going to be a DLC because that's kind of how the game ends.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is there any truth to that?
No,
Yeah. I did. Post
remember
about that.
Oh, go ahead, Rob.
I did actually post about that. Yes. I know it's in one of my updates from back in 2010, 2011, something like that. But yeah.
Was it true? Do you know anything about that?
If I remember correctly, I did ask some questions about it, and it was basically confirmed. So yeah, we got rooked. We would have got Jennifer fighting that.
Yeah, that does sound a lot like what the Prince of Persia 2008 sort of attempted reboot did at the time, where it had a very bad ending, but then its true ending was in DLC or something like that. Actually, it's not also too much unlike what Astro's Wrath did a couple of years later, although that was a very controversial example of that happening.
I think Azura's Wrath was straight up no, the final 3 chapters of this very story-driven game are DLC.
Yeah.
And I believe they're actually on the disc, if I'm not mistaken, but that could have been a different Capcom. That was maybe a different Capcom fuck up. I couldn't remember.
They made many fuck ups in 2012 in particular, unfortunately. I mean, as much as I love Asura's Wrath, that definitely could have been handled better. That's a lot to get into on it. That's not unfortunately related to Splatterhouse. I could go on about it, but
before you go on, Mike, I will say this about Splatterhouse: we did get some DLC at least. The alternate Terror masks we got. I was the one who actually... Dave Wilkins emails me out of the blue one day, and he's like, hey, can you give me reference pictures of every mask in all the Splatterhouse games? I'm like, yeah, no problem. And it turns out what he was doing was taking those masks and using them as the basis for the designs for the DLC masks. So, and of course, we did get some survival arenas that were DLC.
As was the style at the time.
Yes. So
wait, should I make sure I wait? Was that actual DLC? Should I make sure I've downloaded all of that?
You may want to. I've got a whole list of it on the site. Let me see here.
Okay. And actually, something I've always wanted to know: do you know exactly when the green light for the remake happened?
Yes.
What month in 2007?
Let me see if I can find that. Anyway, just so you know, there are 2 whole... Alright, no. There's 4 survival arenas. The Killing Floor, Lost Islands, Hall of Mirrors, and Heart of the Mansion. There's also the White Room, but I think that actually came as part of the game.
Okay.
Alright, now let me see. As far as the actual date that came out... Let me go back. I've gone back too far. Let's see. So I'm pretty sure I asked Dave about it. Or no, not Dave, but Dan. Dan Tovar. Okay, it wouldn't have been in there. It would have been in one of the interviews I did with him. So, let me take a look. Okay, Dan Tovar. No. And of course, don't forget the Japanese release was canceled as well.
Yeah.
Oh, I never realized that.
Yes, and
I'm
also...
not surprised, but yeah.
Surprise, surprise, the game was never released in Germany either.
Oh.
Well, yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't in that interview. It was in possibly the first one I discussed. Okay. When did the game get the green light? I know it was sometime in 2007. I don't seem to be finding it here immediately. But I know I've got it somewhere.
Okay.
But I'll dig it up and I'll let you know.
Okay.
So
it's just funny that old school fans of mine still tell me, did you hear about the Splatterhouse remake? Because I put that video out in December 2007, And at the end, I was like, "Come on, Namco, give us a sequel. We're waiting for it." And I guess unbeknownst to me, that like it had just been greenlit,
You know,
but
actually,
it hadn't been announced yet. So when it was
Yeah.
announced like the next year in 2008, it was just like, everyone gave me so much. It's funny that happened, and the coincidence was just ridiculous.
and I actually just found what you were looking for. It's in my Requiem for Splatterhouse article I wrote for the site. I'll just quote the first part. In the summer of 2006, Dan Tovar and Mark Brown began brainstorming the reboot of Splatterhouse after Namco Bandai put a company-wide request for mature-rated games and content. In the fall of 2006, Namco Bandai Games America and Namco Bandai Games Japan both gave the project the official green light. So I don't have an actual date, but then it says Bottle Rocket Entertainment was brought in to develop the game for Namco Bandai that winter, and development officially began on January 1st, 2007.
Okay, all right.
So,
Alrighty.
there you have it. Now, as far as the game itself is concerned, I think it's a perfectly solid game. I don't. It's people have called it a button masher, but honestly, if you button mash, you're gonna die.
Yeah, no, you do get quite a wide spread of moves. I will
yeah.
clarify, it's been a very long time since I played this, but yeah, I kind of likened it to all the moves you can learn in, like, Ninja Gaiden or Devil May Cry or what have you. I thought, even if it wasn't quite as refined as those games, I thought it did get closer to a level of complexity. Not to mention the whole gore engine with Rick's body, like, losing his arms, but then you can take his own arms and then beat the opponent with it. It ran on pure cool and cheese, and I thought I knew what it was right out the gate, and I really appreciate that about it.
Well, let's see. As far as some other things about it, beyond the huge moveset, they also incorporated some stuff that obviously had never been in Splatter. For one thing, the bulk of the game was in 3D. It just wasn't possible before that point.
Right.
But they did include some 2D side-scrolling stages as a nod to the earlier games, which was also very nice.
I will admit, I thought these parts were a little bit janky. At least I remember them being a little iffy to maneuver, but I appreciated the novelty for what it was.
Yeah.
They were neat, but like the collision and the jumping were really bad.
Yes.
And the load times really sucked. As much as I wanted to like those sequences, and they are really cool, but like those were probably the moments where I was like, "Oh God, I don't know, guys." Ugh.
Alas.
On top of that, there were the QuickTime events too.
As was the style at the time.
And the thing is, I was actually assured beforehand that there were going to be virtually no QuickTime events in there. And yet we got a crap load of them.
Wah, wah.
It's kind of understandable with the splatter kills. And those are really cool anyway, though.
I mean, there's no lie, this game was probably trying to ape God of War to some extent. Hell, it came out the same year as God of War 3 did, if I'm not mistaken.
It's
So
certainly
some parody was inevitable, I'm sure.
All I know is I've never seen a game before where you can literally tear a creature's jaws apart, shove your hand down his throat, and rip out his lungs. Or
later in the game, you can literally fist somebody from the anus and pull out their intestines from there.
I was just about to mention that, actually.
Oh, sorry.
No,
right,
it's cool.
Right in the society. Oof.
And then, of course, there
That's a reference.
were things that divided the fan base about it, too. And I came to actually conclude over time that basically Namco Bandai was using me as kind of a grassroots connection to the fan base, since I seem to have my finger on the pulse of the Splatterhouse fan base. Which, I'm okay with that. I got plenty of perks out of it. But there were things that definitely divided the fan base. For one thing, I know a lot of people were complaining about how it seemed like Namco was devoting all its money to tours and parties and stuff of that nature, and like, when do we get a playable demo for the game? We never got a playable demo for the game, even though I played one. But that's something else entirely. There was also a very vocal group that complained about the nudity in the game. in the form of Jennifer's pictures. You know, it kind of fit in with the whole B-movie horror vibe.
Yeah.
But
actually, remind me, did she have a spread in Playboy also?
Yeah, she was in Hustler or Playboy or something like that. Yeah,
it was Playboy. It was the most unusual piece of marketing they did for that game.
Absolutely.
I think there's definitely an argument that like the nudity's kind of weird, and like, I mean, there's even like you can talk about the death with Jennifer in the first game is like, you know, she got fridged. Mm-hmm. She was literally there just to be killed to give our hero some motivation. I think that's, as much as I love that scene, that is also a very apt way to look at that scene.
It's true. Yes. But there was just, you know, other things here and there. Of course, the nods they did do to the originals. For instance, Mirror Rick. I loved his reveal. And I love the fact that Dave deliberately gave him the red mask from the TurboGrafx game.
That is so cool. Yeah,
and that's right. That's right.
Also, that he was promoted to full-time boss was really neat, I felt.
Yes.
I almost thought that the game peaked at that point, but I'll elaborate on that later.
But then there was something that we came to call over on the forum, Save the Biggie 2009.
Oh, yeah, this was a huge mishmash. No kidding.
Oh, what is this? I haven't heard.
All right. Well, what happened was the first concept art of Biggie Man leaked. And it was some huge dude with autopsy scars, with chainsaws chained to his arms and saran wrap around his head. And we all just looked at it like, that is not Biggie Man.
Also, he was really fat.
Yeah, well, I say he was huge. And it's like, well, as someone put it, well, that's what you get when you haven't had work in like 20 years and you haven't hit the gym. But it drew the ire of everyone, including myself. So I got a hold of my ace in the hole. I said, Dave, is there any way we can get Biggie Man redesigned to make him look a little more like he did in the original game, at least? And Dave's like, yes, that is something I have been fighting tooth and nail for. And he came back with a piece of artwork that just knocked it out of the park. Unfortunately, he was overruled a bit at the top because they said that his silhouette needed to stand out against Rick's. And it's like, what? The fact that he's like 8 feet tall isn't enough? They got to give him a huge gut, too? Ugh.
As I remember, the design that ultimately ended up in the game was something of a compromise. He didn't look quite as schlubby as the initial did, but he still did have a bit of a gut and wasn't quite like this other piece of art I remember you showing, which did look like straight up classic Biggie Man just driving his chainsaw hand into the ground, and I remember just fucking exploding on the third moon. This reveal, this is the coolest fucking thing ever. Oh my god!
That was the piece I was talking about. That did.
And then unfortunately it did not quite end up that way. It had to be met halfway, I guess. It was still a cool fight in the game, though, at least. So,
well, we got one little final victory out of it, because if you look back at the early trailers, there is one part where you actually get to see Biggie Man really for the first time, and it looks like he's got skin. Well, everyone remembers Biggie Man is like skinless.
Oh, yes. Very skinless.
So I talked to Dave again. It's like, can you at least take the skin off? And he's like, yeah, we can reskin him like that. So in the end, we had that at least.
Reskin him or de-skin him?
De-skin him in this case. So,
the one way skin a Biggie Man.
Yes. Now, there was also... I asked, when I met Dan Tovar, because what had happened in 2010... Namco was sponsoring a series of heavy metal tours around the country. And one of those was up in Worcester, Massachusetts, which was not too far from where I was living at the time. I actually met a very good friend of mine through this, because he's the one that gave me a ride, because I was between cars at the time. Dan hooked me up with VIP passes. We went up there. We got to go behind the scenes. We got to play the demo. And I definitely asked him a whole bunch of questions about, it's like, so you got to include Wampago graffiti? No, it doesn't fit the tone. Okay. How about Master Dead? Is he going to be in the game? And he was kind of non-committal about that, and in the end he wasn't. And so what the hell chaos? We've seen like a cardboard cutout of him. And again, non-committal. And then I mentioned be garbage a cesspool to him. And he's like, what's that? It's like, you haven't heard that phrase? That's like a catchphrase amongst the Splatterhouse fan base these days. Really? He pulls out his BlackBerry. It's like, okay, what was that phrase again? Be garbage of cesspool. And he types for a second. He's like, there, it's up on the official Twitter account. It's like, I'm like, oh, cool. That'd be almost like a message to the fans that know I'm coming, because how would you guys get quite that deep into it? And then he further tweeted after I played the demo. He's like, just sat with Rob from West Mansion. He approves of the Splatmosphere. Which I was pretty impressed by what I played. So I wrote a very glowing review of that demo. And in the end, you know, like we were saying, it ultimately ended up being a decent, slightly flawed game because of the issues it went through. It did get to be a little too repetitive on the enemies at one point. So that didn't really help much. But then again, they only had so much time. I did get perks out of it beyond that. I did get a free copy of the game from Namco. I got this press book that was only given out to, you know, just members of the press. I requested a few more and sent it off to a few people. Mike, do you still have yours?
Damn, I have no idea, I'll be honest. Sorry.
You need to look for it, because if you need money quick, it's worth a lot.
Yeah.
Oh.
Can you give it to me? Can I have it?
Yeah, there you go.
If you're willing to pay, maybe we can work something out. Oh shit, I really am gonna have to work for that.
Yeah, I'll pay it $15 to ship it.
Okay, sounds good.
Hey. But, yeah, only the press ever got it, and it hasn't really entered general circulation at all. I have scans up on the site, but my original copy is safely preserved. Beyond that, I got free DLC. You know, they gave me codes to pretty much unlock everything. I even had a code for the cell phone version, which didn't really help me at the time, because all I had was a crappy track phone. I could use it now, but yeah, 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
I didn't download that game. I remember having an iPhone, I think, at the time, and I was like, why would I ever want an iPhone version of Splatterhouse?
Well,
I
can't get it
how
anymore.
silly I was.
That'd make a great fucking punching way episode if it could happen somehow.
But I will say one big thing about the game that is definitely worth mentioning is the acting.
Yes, they hired 4 really fantastic voice actors. Josh Taylor was Rick. They all have experience in video games, as it were. He was known as Ocelot. He was Ocelot in Metal Gear Solid 3. Chanel Workman, then known Chanel Gray, was Larxene in Kingdom Hearts. Richard Doyle, who was Mobius in the Legacy of Kain series. But the Terror Mask, holy shit, how did they get Jim fucking Cummings for that?
Winnie the Pooh himself, Darkwing Duck.
I know. Cat from Cat Dog, which is what I knew him as a kid somehow.
And he played the most foul-mouthed, sarcastic version of the Terror Mask ever.
I remember it was a little divisive with the fan base that instead of being this almighty, you know, pompous, intimidating evil, he was just like foul-mouthed jerk who just kept trolling Rick throughout the game. I fucking loved it, though.
That was hilarious.
I'll be honest.
There was a couple of times he got very serious, though.
Absolutely, but no. Taylor and Cummings had really great interplay throughout the game, I felt, and that was half the charm running on it. They really helped justify the I think really sort of madcap tone that the game was going for.
One thing they could have done, though, was kind of decrease the amount of sayings that the mask said every time he picked up a weapon. Like every time you pick up a 2x4, he's all like, a 2x4, handy. Let's do some fucking carpentry.
That was a problem inherent to a lot of action games at the time. Heck, I think like even, you know, the Devil May Cry series had problems with repetitive phrases for actions, but
Well,
It was what it was.
at least it wasn't as bad as Gex on the N64. Has anyone seen Fox Mulder's sister? Has anyone seen Fox Mulder's sister?
Hey, no, Gex is getting a revival. Did you know that?
I heard about that.
Back,
Oh, that and what else was coming back?
did Jim Cummings actually left a comment on my friend Matt McMuscles did a video, an episode of What Happened, and Jim Cummings left the comment in this video was like, I remember doing this game. They had me say just the worst stuff. I couldn't believe it, and he was a content professional and did his lines, but he kind of left a comment saying he sort of regretted or didn't really understand the appeal of Splatterhouse.
That's fair. I think, Cummings really prizes his role as Pooh above all else, and, why shouldn't he? To the extent that I remember there's that fucking Blood and Honey movie released recently where I believe he threatened to sue the makers of that film if they actually had Pooh use anything resembling his voice. And, considering how apparently mediocre that film turned out, I really don't blame him. But as Kang as Kang and or Kodo say, work is work. So I don't begrudge him for being ashamed of that role somewhat.
I will say this though: I know a couple people who have met him at conventions, especially in the past couple of years, and he's been totally cool. He's signed Splatterhouse games and whatnot. So,
Nice.
Even if he is a little embarrassed by it, he still does not deny it. That he was part of it. So. But yeah, really, what else can be said about it? It was a product of its time.
You know what I think you can say about this game now is that it is one of the more sought after and expensive games from that era.
Yes.
It's cold comfort, I probably feel, to a lot of game developers, I'm sure, because that Splatterhouse had it where it counted, but it clearly had problems. But there were obviously a team of people who were trying to tighten up and shore up as much as that game as they could. And it really does have some good stuff in it, but it's got some huge problems. Melodic in that time, and I think that it's rare games from anything past like PS2. All the rare sought after games are like the collector's editions, the Arkham Asylum with the big bat boomerang and that kind of bullshit. The Call of Duty that has the remote control car and the night glasses. There are very few games in that era that just the game physically itself is very expensive, and it's I don't know. I whenever I go to a convention and I see Splatterhouse on PS3 or 360 and it's like $150, $200, I'm like, yeah. Like this game is actually so long after the fact, and when it would have meant something more for the series, but it has now finally found some. It's got some notoriety. It's found an audience.
Good. There are a couple things I want to say about it too, but Merc, you want to go?
Yeah. So when this game was announced and it was coming out, I didn't really think much about it at the time, mostly because this was the era of this era of gaming was weird to me, where it was a lot of Japanese publishers were really trying hard to get into the Western market's good graces.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I kind of think that era sucked. I'm trying to better reconcile the 7th generation of console gaming, but it is definitely, I think, the most frustrating era for what my own tastes in games lined up with. But that is its own fucking 3-hour dissertation, so I'll just shut up there.
Gears of War.
Actually, I've gotten over my Gears of War hatred. It's it's more
Call of Duty.
Yes, yeah. Fuck it. Fuck modern Activision.
I was gonna say, Gears of War 1, 2, and 3. Those games slap, but
they're
Call
pretty
of Duty,
good.
I will grant. Yeah, it took me until 3 to really appreciate it. But
I like the Megadeth song. That's about it.
wasn't a bad one.
But getting back to it. But yeah, this was also the era, so it's we're rebooting a lot of franchises, and there's the Golden Axe game that came out that I try not to think about. Came out 2 years prior, and then the year prior to this game, you had Bionic Commando with the wife arm, and all that kind of stuff.
Jesus Christ, no.
So
Sorry, I love Bionic Commando to death. And I like the 2009 game. I think it's fun, but the
I thought I
story
had
is the
some good
most
ideas, yeah.
damn asinine thing I've ever heard in my life.
It should have ended at the fight with Groder. Everything else after that, like, docked 5 whole fucking letter grades off of it.
Pretty
My
much.
God. 6.
But
even.
so this game comes out, and I didn't plan on getting it, but my youngest brother did. I'm not sure why. He wasn't really a Splatterhouse fan, but I believe he was just like general horror hound / like character actiony, like beat 'em up, just a beat 'em up style games he was kind of into. And I played around with it, and I thought, yeah, this is pretty all right. I felt like I played better, or at least I enjoyed it more than like the Bionic Commando or Golden Axe game prior. So it's like, that Golden Axe game, I try not to think about it. So
I never played and I never will.
On a
as
side
a
note,
hardcore-
Mark, I just wanted to say this. You said horror hound.
Yes.
It's funny you said that particular phrase. In the months leading up to Splatterhouse 2010, I actually got in contact with the editor of Horror Hound magazine when I found out they were wanting to do an article about Splatterhouse. As I said, I introduced myself, who I was, what I did, and he's like, "Is there anything I can do to help you guys out?" And he's like, "Can you write?" Yes. It's like, yeah, the article we got is worthless. We can't use it. This is just garbage. If you can save this for us, we'd be thrilled. And I did. And I got the byline. And I gave him a whole bunch of images to use. So.
Very nice.
But just wanted to throw out there. There's scans on the site there, too. So.
Right.
but
yeah, I think out of that whole like era of like weird westerny reboots, I tend to like this one a little more than a lot of the others. My brother ended up really loving it. It's kind of like a cult classic for him. Like
nice.
Out of that particular, he still has his 360 copy, and then he always looks at what the going rates of it are, and he's like, "Yep, I'm glad I kept my copy."
On a side note, if anyone wants me to autograph their copy, I'd be glad to. Just get in touch with me.
I should get you to do that, actually, for mine. Although that might be collusion, because my name is also in the credits. So,
Hey. 6 to 1, half dozen of the other.
Yeah. I guess just to tail up the game in total, I did think it was quite fun and overlooked, and I just kind of hated that the critics savaged it, but I was a little biased. But I couldn't deny the game absolutely runs out of steam after the 8th level, which was exactly the 2/3 mark. The last 4 levels, things really felt rushed. Things felt more recycled. There's this one annoying level where you had to just beat up enemies you already fought on a time limit. There were no new bosses after the Mirror Rick boss fight at the end of Stage 8, and of course, like Stage 11 is just like throwing several of like the first boss in the game at you and now as regular enemies. Like, the dialogue between Rick and the Mask was still fun, but that's pretty much what I felt was that the ending had going. It really did feel like it kind of got long in the tooth, and I could feel the time and budget just bleeding out. And then, of course, we get to the awful final stage, which is not a proper final boss fight at all. It's just a few quick time events and maybe a few fodder enemies beaten up, and that's it. Bad cliffhanger ending, roll credits, and that was in... Yeah, I couldn't lie. I could see where the reviewers would not approve of this, but, being privy to everything that had happened with how foobar the game's development was and how, the Japanese branch of then, I guess, Bandai Namco, I forget when the merger had happened, but Namco at the time had basically ordered it to die in the crib, as it were. I'm going to do the uncivil thing here, and I'm not going to lie. I was pretty bitter. I thought this was going to be a meal ticket for at least Rob, and self-servingly to admit, maybe even for me to an extent, riding on the coattails as I have. That's a very crass thing for me to admit, but I thought it might get us like more notoriety and like open up the door to more projects, if not Splatterhouse. Like, we could be experts on whatever the new Castlevania game was, and that's its own thing.
That's Konami, though. I'll tell you this, Mike. Yeah. When I was talking to Dan Tovar up in Worcester, I did pitch an original game to him.
Oh.
But it's based on a subject that you are very much aware of.
Oh?
I can sum it up in 3 letters. COTR.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Well,
I don't know if you want to elaborate on that. I'll certainly but I don't know how much of your hand you want to reveal here.
Well, put simply, I've been working on a long-form fiction series with our friend Sam for the past 20 years.
Many years, yes.
No, seriously, I started working on it in 2000. So 23, actually. It's not in any kind of a publishable state yet, but in 2010, I did actually pitch the idea to Dan. He liked it. He asked if we had any story synopsis. I told him we had entire novellas, And he's like, well, you'd probably have to get a job in Namco Bandai first. So what they do is they take ideas from employees first, and they promote from within. So since I wasn't about to move out to California at the time, there was no way that was happening.
Yeah, well, I mean, I do wish the game would have been a better success, as it were. Like part of me is wondering the what if. What if this had worked out better? What if, we had gotten more fame and fortune for it? And I know that's a really greedy, very bullshit, selfish thing for me to think. But, like, part of me is kind of thinking like Maria at the end of West Side Story, just screaming, "You all killed him!" Like the game just had no chance of doing what it was, and I guess it was meant to never be. However, if I wanted to take the positive side of things, considering how incredibly vicious and dog-eat-dog the games industry is under the lens, it might be for the best that Rob and I didn't get any deeper involved than we did. It could have led to greater ruin in the long run, so I'm not going to dwell too much on the road not taken. All I'm just going to hope is that Splatterhouse 2010 gets a modern-day remaster on Steam and modern consoles. I mean, El fucking Shaddai got one, so it's not impossible.
Well,
I really do like
too.
Yes.
Also, just a side note, we still may see a COTR game.
That'd be rad.
Oh, it's not something that may or may not be in the works. I won't say.
No ketos.
Yeah, possibly NES homebrew.
Oh wow.
So, but I'm sure if this goes along, everyone will hear more about this. So,
no ketos.
Anyway, before we wrap this up, I wanted to talk a little bit about the legacy of the series as it stands now. So that being said, why don't we go in reverse this time? Merc, what do you think?
I always feel like Namco kind of like underplays this a bit, and I think it's mostly because of the rating system, stuff like Sero, ESRB, etc. Like, only just recently we got that Arcade Archives release of the game, and it also showed up on that Switch, Namco Museum. But prior to that, it's like that series always seemed like until the 2010 release of we're targeting a mature audience. Namco always kind of felt like we're kind of scared to release this because we don't know if it's gonna sell. Not like their other arcade classics. But now that it started showing up in more recent things, at the bare minimum, I'd like to think that as far as their legacy is concerned, or Namco's legacy as a whole, they're less gun shy about it. They seem to embrace it a little more than they used to. Yeah. And even if we never get another new game, just recognizing that it exists and making it available to people, I think that's important. Sega does that quite a bit with a lot of their stuff, and I'm glad to see that Namco's doing the same.
Yeah, agreed. Derek, a lot of people have credited you for introducing them to the series in the first place. So, what do you think the legacy is now?
Well, first off, it's crazy. It's a crazy honor that I've had any kind of impact on this series, because I was just a kid from Alaska with a webcam talking about games he really liked. It's just it's strange to me. I feel a very similar kinship to Earthbound in that
Yes.
It used to be a dirty word that no one ever said the word Earthbound. No one ever said Splatterhouse. but now with the re-release, it just came out on Switch and PS4, like Wombat Graffiti, as well as the arcade versions coming on those Switch versions. And there was also that weird, was it like Pac-Man Versus had a Wombat Graffiti map. You know,
Yes.
it's just
Oh,
really,
nice.
it's. I hope that more comes of it, because I feel like if you want to remake Splatterhouse now, don't do a big budget character action game like 2010.
No.
I think you could do a really cool, way forward style
Yes.
2D game. I think you need to remake the first arcade game and do it like that. Look at how Revenge of Shredder and stuff like that. That's how make it a neat little indie game. But even if we don't get that, like, it does feel really nice that, like, you can buy Splatterhouse, at least a couple of them, genuinely. Like, they've been preserved and they're still out there.
Mhm.
And that's more than, the series has gotten for so many years. And so, I hope that there's more coming. You got that Elden Ring money.
Yes.
It's like Capcom. You're selling Street Fighter and Resident Evil and Monster Hunter by the metric ton. Throw a couple of crumbs out for another Mega Man game. Get like 5 people in a broom closet to crank out another Mega Man game. Like, it's a low cost, low risk game. And I think that, like, with nowadays, like, you absolutely can do a retro throwback, but in a modern graphical style, and make it M-rated. Who cares? Like, we're past all of that. So if it comes of it, though, I'm just happy that, like, I bought Splatterhouse on Switch last month. That's ridiculous. I mean, I never even thought we'd gotten that far. So, I don't know. I guess I'm happy with that. I hope that there's more, but
Yeah, exactly.
it's wild. It's sort of come back now.
Well, when you think about it, there's that Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection that came out. So I always think about that project and go, yeah, you could do this kind of thing with Splatterhouse pretty easy if you wanted to.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. And also, like, with Rob and Mike, like, there are people that are in the industry or are, on the edge of the industry that would happily jump in and help out. People that would do art or music or I mean, I'm sure there's somebody working somewhere with some kind of clout in some kind of video game capacity who would be able to get a skeleton crew together and crank out some kind of cool Splatterhouse thing.
Yeah. I can totally
Derek,
see that.
I'm Derek, I'm flattered you consider me periphery to the industry, but all I'd able to actually do is A, be a quote-unquote ideas guy, or B, be a play tester. I have no artistic talent or coding talent whatsoever, so I would love to make it happen somehow, but yeah, we do need an actual crack team that can develop it, but I do hope my passion for the series counts for something, somehow, some way, someday.
So, all right, Mike, then since you're next in line, what about your thoughts on the legacy of Splatterhouse?
Yeah, I still love the original trilogy and One Pot Graffiti very much, warts and all for 3 as they are. And while it is a very flawed, very unwieldy, rough ore of a game, I still do quite like Splatterhouse 2010, and I still somewhat lament that it got as screwed as it did.
Yeah.
I'm not going to wax upon how I think maybe it was the possibly right game at the wrong time, and if the industry didn't have its head as far up as it did for games like this at the time, that maybe it would have prospered better, but that's just kind of sour grapes to mull on. I'm going to take the more positive view like Derek and feel that potential new Splatterhouse could better prosper at a time like this where there's a lot more attention paid to indie games, and that games have been on a very creative high since I'd argue about 2017 or so. That hasn't really died down. We could potentially get a new Splatterhouse, or at least a Splatterhouse-like-ish game. Spiritual successors seem to be, they can be a crapshoot, but they are also a thing that happens quite a bit nowadays. I don't know if we are ever going to get a new Splatterhouse or something quite like it, but the least I can do is be glad that we have as many still lingering fans for the series as we do, and that we got a great turnout for this here roundtable as well. Thank you so much to our audience. You've been really fantastic, and
Yes.
that we got as big a name as we did as one half of Stop Skeletons from Fighting as it is to guest star, and I'm still a little starstruck. But thank you very much for being on, Derek. Thank you very much for being on, Mercury. Also for sacrificing your other plans for being on tonight. As it were, that was a little greedy.
No problem.
That was a little greedy of me, I admit. But
any chance I get to talk about Namco, I will.
Cool.
Absolutely.
Even though I'm more of a Sega guy, but I love Namco just as much. That rivalry will always be in my heart.
As long as you get, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I will keep you in mind for both any future Namco and Sega streams we do, Mark.
Oh, thanks a lot.
Yeah,
Merc, if I could ask Merc a quick question, what are your thoughts on the Zeebo port of Ridge Racer?
Ridge Racer.
I appreciate that they looked at Ridge Racer and thought, yes, we need this game. Now, whether, or not it, actually plays well, it's another thing. But I'm glad they recognize that we need a heavy hitter, and what heavy hitter is bigger than the launch PS1 game?
There you go.
Yep.
Well, there is presumably worse on the system, maybe. It's no Double Dragon, at least, so there's that.
All right. So
And that game's actually...
now I'm going to hit you with my final thought. Splatterhouse 2010 was kind of a turning point for me. I had been on that roller coaster ride ever since it was announced in EGM. I was kind of the epicenter of the fan community. And honestly, by the time mid-2011 got here, I was so burned out. So burned out that I shut down the site. I needed to take time away. I needed to just be Rob's Splatterhouse fan again, not the one-man Splatterpedia, Dyer 51, the Splatterhouse guy. I needed to just get away from that for a while. And after a few years, I opened up West Mansion Facebook, which is still running and active, even though I don't have a hand in it anymore. In fact, one of the guys who was running was supposed to be here tonight, but unfortunately, he had a very early work day tomorrow. So, I'm glad things came around to the point where I felt comfortable enough to reopen West Mansion and start bringing everyone this new news and old news that I missed during the time I was gone. And I'm glad to see that there's still a fan base out there. And, I've seen enough proof just looking at some of the comments on Derek's Twitter. People saying, you introduced me to Splatterhouse, and it's great. And I remember what you were saying earlier, like you kind of had a thing, like, I'm the one that knows about this. This is kind of my thing, I had the same kind of feelings with Splatterhouse when I started West Mansion. So I was happy you were able to do that, but at the same time, it was kind of like, there's a whole freaking website I built. Do you not Google Splatterhouse? But, as far as a legacy, I've created a monument to the entire series that has been backed up in multiple places, so if anything ever happens to Contech, I can bring it back elsewhere. So there is that. And just pretty much like I said, I'm glad there's still fans, I'm glad there's still a fan base, and given as many people showed up here, I'm glad you all joined us tonight, just like Mike said. And especially Merc, thank you for jumping in when it looked like we weren't going to have a fourth. And ultimately, we never did. But especially, thank you, Derek, because that was my biggest hope. Was you were the other biggest Splatterhouse fan that I knew. I was like, if I can get anyone for this, I hope I can get Derek. And sure enough. And I think the news of your participating actually overshadowed the fact that I was doing the Splatterhouse stream, because people are like, oh my god, you got Derek? How'd you do that? It's like, we actually go way back to when he was a Happy Video Game Nerd doing his Splatterhouse videos.
I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy who likes Splatterhouse. I don't know.
Hey, well, between the two of us, we certainly exposed the internet to the wider internet to Splatterhouse.
I mean, I guess I introduced them to the series. But then when they want to learn about it more, they go to the website. So I mean, I set them up to knock it down.
Yeah, exactly. it's like a 1-2 punch. You do punch 1, I do punch 2.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, to wrap things up here, I'm glad everyone enjoyed the round table. I'm glad you all were here. And we do have another one coming up. It's going to be at an unusual time. It'll be Monday, June 24th. And it is going to be the first of what I hope will be a couple of Castlevania roundtables.
Oh, yes.
And for that first one, we'll be bringing on both Fatal Vision and Omega Ace Gaming. Who, anyone who's watched any of their videos knows how much they love Castlevania. Mm-hmm. And Castlevania is still my favorite game of all time, the original. Because, long before I was ever splattering ghouls in West Mansion, I was, hoisting up the vampire killer and invading Dracula's castle. So, this will be a nice return home for me.
Yeah, I keep swaying between whether or not Castlevania 3 or the original Doom is my personal favorite game. Oof. So,
that's close.
Really tough call, I know.
It's been Castlevania for me since 1989, and it hasn't changed in that long. I doubt it will.
And it's a New Year's tradition for you to beat it,
yes.
if I'm not mistaken.
But I will
Or is it Halloween? Okay.
It's New Year's.
Yeah.
I will. It was the last video game I ever beat in the 1980s. So, but I'll talk more about that on the Splatterhouse or the Castlevania roundtable. It is late. I am tired. So
yeah, this ran really fucking long with good reason, but still.
Hey, we had those technical difficulties at the beginning. We had to go ahead and give the people what they came for.
Exactly. Give them their money's worth.
Exactly.
Yep.
And just as a side note, if anyone's interested, my books have gone to the publisher. So there will be 4 of those coming out, including the reissue of Memoirs of a Virtual Caveman. And you can expect to start hearing about that in early fall. So keep an eye on my Twitter page. Who just said something?
Oh, I just say congratulations.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, and there was another book that's part of this set that's called Digital Archaeology. Mike had contributed to that. Several people who were in the stream contributed to that, including Greg White North and Eugene Myers. Mm-hmm. And it's going to be a nice little set, and there's another book I'm working on after that that's going to basically round that whole thing out. So, but anyway, so just keep an eye on West Mansion for future updates if you're still interested in following the twisted, grotesque legacy of Splatterhouse. But for now, I'm signing off as Rob, West Mansion webmaster, and returning to Dyer of Dyer and Bette. And we will see you all next time. So everybody have a good night.
Did I hear my name?
Yes, in fact, you did, dear. Would you like to say something?
Hello.
Bette.
Hi, Bette.
Bette is here.
Hello.
I am in the background.
Yes, everyone said hi. I have to thank Bette for helping me out with the technical issues we had at the beginning. She saved our bacon.
Yeah, thank you so much.
She saved your skull.
That too.
And the splat.
Yeah,
Yes.
she saved your Splatterhouse 2 USA skull.
Yeah. She saved my Terramask statue.
There you go.
All right. So, that said, guys, everybody have a good night, and we will catch you all later. If anyone wants to say goodbye, go ahead.
Bye.
Good night.
Yes, and thanks.
Buddy, thank you so much.
Yep.
I'm
See you
tired.
later.
I'm going to sleep.
Yep. And thanks again to Derek and Merc for coming in. Yeah, really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, guys.
No problem.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Y'all have a good night.